I have to do this again. I wasn't pushing the button. It is April 18th at 9 o'clock. The board meeting of the Oregon State Board of Nursing is now called to order. A notice of this board meeting was published by Rachel Prusak, Executive Director, in accordance with the Open Meetings Law. If necessary, the board may also meet in executive session as authorized by ORS 192.660 sub 1, ORS 192.660 sub 2, F, H, and L, ORS 678.126, ORS 676.165, and ORS 676.175 sub 1. Board members and staff stating that they are present are attesting to understanding the confidentiality of executive session and have taken steps to ensure that executive session proceedings are not observed or heard by anyone not authorized by Public Meeting Law. ORS 192.660. Is there a roll call by our secretary?
Yes. Aaron Green.
Here.
Linda Stanich. Here. Margaret Hill present. Claire McKinley Yoder. Here. Joni Callis. Here. Marcus Cooksey.
Present.
Michelle Chow. Here. Olanike Towabola.
Here.
Yvonne Yanduan.
Here.
There being a quorum present, I declare this board eligible to conduct its business.
Is there a staff roll call?
I will just start roll call by having everyone call their name that's here, starting over there with Laura Blackhurst.
Laura Blackhurst. Sarah Wickenhagen.
Gretchen Cook.
Kimberly Goddard. Lauren Rauch from DOJ. Brandy Ritter.
And Rachel Prusak, Executive Director.
That's. I was going to say we're missing Cheryl. All right. Are there any addition modifications to the agenda other than moving the fiscal report to June?
Yeah, so all the information, the current packet. All the information of the fiscal reports in the current packet. For now, there'll be another one in June, but our fiscal officer will be here in June to present. And I don't believe there's any updates besides that. So thank you.
All right. Then we'll move on to communications and IT. Oh, sorry. I guess we should do the consent agenda too. Is there approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Consent agenda was motioned by Marcus, seconded by Michelle. Is that all those in favor to approve as presented?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then we have the approval of board meeting minutes from February and March. Are there any changes to the board meeting minutes? All right. I make a motion that the February and March board meeting minutes be approved as presented.
Still move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, now we're on to communication and IT.
Dang. I'm- that happens to me when I'm online too, and I always forget to unmute myself. Mr. President and members of the board, usually my part of the memo is in the consent agenda, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of things for you. Regarding the newsletter Sentinel, previous board members were expressing a concern that I've been about people not necessarily getting it. They're supposed to be getting links in their email, and they were concerned that they hadn't been. So I've been working to ensure that the newsletter is getting to all licensees. The publisher uses an employer distribution method for hard copies, and it also sends a link to the electronic copy. But I suspect that they're not getting the links because it's got something to do with the publisher's domain, and it's getting trapped by a lot of spam filters. So in addition to that, for the last couple issues, we've started sending a separate email to everybody, just a blanket to all the RNs, LPNs, and CNAs that comes direct from us with the link. And I know that's getting through because I've been getting responses. So, and with that last email, I also was asking for story ideas for future articles, and that's getting some response as well. So we may end up getting something out of that. So let's see. Also, DAS, the Department of Administrative Services IT section, has announced a new requirement for enhanced security on all mobile devices that will be implemented later this summer. This will affect any agency cell phones, but also your iPads. So we don't have a lot of details yet, but I wanted to give you a heads up because I have a strange feeling that means I'm going to have to somehow collect the devices to add something to them. And I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work out yet, but just stay tuned and be aware. And also the IT Department and Communications has been assisting Chief of Staff Goddard with licensing. As she's been focusing on that department since the previous manager departed. The IT operations policy analyst, Amanda Musin, has been meeting with each licensing staff member and reviewing their procedures to help them fine tune the processes in the department. And I've been performing the manager review of applications for which the applicants have answered one or more of the disclosure questions positively. The procedure is that manager needs to review those disclosures to find out whether or not they need further review. So I've been doing that, and I'm very much looking forward to a new licensing manager being hired. So that's about it for my group. Do you have any questions?
No, but I'd like to thank you. I've actually been getting the emails from you with the Sentinel link in it, and
Excellent.
it's very nice.
Great. Glad to hear it.
Anyone else have any comments?
I have one, Barbara, or just in general, because I'm a Luddite. Is there an option to get a mailed copy of the Sentinel? And have you guys debated this or considered the costs to bringing back the 20th century?
Not to everybody. For board members, yes. That's something that we'd need to explore, but not to everyone.
I was thinking something more along the lines of like a link on the website that could say, "Oh, I want to sign up for a paper copy for the."
We'd
folks
have
that
to
might want that.
we'd have to consider what the mailing costs for that kind of thing would be. So, but something I could look at.
It could be in addition to just individuals, like considering like units that might want to do that and just leave it in their break room or that sort of thing.
Well, they do get it. It goes there. I don't have the spreadsheet with me, but every employer of nurses in the state get hard copies at their employers. I've had a couple of emails from people saying, where are they? And I go and I look into it. In fact, I've got to get a hold of one facility in Bend to find out where they actually have it because they should be getting like 200 or more copies. So, but why are you?
Two nurse employees from Multnomah County have never seen it. With
Multnomah
over
County?
10 years of experience there.
Okay,
Collectively.
they say they're not getting it or they're,
Never
Well, we
seen
don't
it
have
in
it
any
at our
programs
clinic.
Or anywhere. The nurses.
all right, I will get that information
Thank you.
from you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Because it should be going everywhere. And if it's not, then I need to follow that up. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, it's kind of funny, but I've been receiving the Sentinel for years. For some reason, the packet comes to me at work. So I have personally been distributing the Sentinel to the nursing staff long before I was on this board. Thank you.
So, Mr. President, members of the board, our IT and communications manager, Bob Holtry, prior to the new board members, that was a question is, and Bob Holtry looked into it, but the question really was, who's getting it across the state? And, back in the day, we used to get it in our homes. And sorry, I'm just adding what you didn't add, all of the work that you have done. She did a lot of work to look into, when that stopped, why it stopped, and the company or publishing, house that releases them and sends them to all the employers or everywhere nurses are, universities, colleges and work sites. That is where they mailed them to. They weren't going to mail them to home. So it would be something internally we would have to do. And so hence the decision to get it out in email and Board President Green, I started getting it in email also. So there was that at least while we weren't getting the printed copy back to our homes, we were getting email copy of how to link to it. But we can explore other things also. And especially making sure maybe county clinics are receiving them. I guess that could be the next thing we could look into. And thank you for all the work that you have been doing, not only as IT manager, communications manager, but covering for licensing manager. And for everybody to know, tomorrow is the round 2 of in-person interviews. So it's exciting.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to administrative rulemaking for permanent adoption.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Director Prusak, and board staff. For those joining us online, I'm Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen, the APRN policy analyst and board staff. I'd like to first direct you to page 59 in your packets. You'll find a memo as well as proposed draft language. We've previously adopted temporary rules of the exact same language at our November 2023 meeting. I am requesting to proceed to rule hearing for permanent adoption of language that provides temporary licenses to LPNs and RNs during a governor-declared emergency per Senate Bill 227 from last legislative session. If these amendments are adopted today, they will take effect July 1st, 2024. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, board members, do you have any questions or comment on this one? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'd like to propose that the board approves OAR 851-031-0041 as presented to proceed to rule hearing.
Still move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none. Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you. I'll be followed by Barbara Chu.
All right.
You want to come to the center for your presentation and Brandy's pulling it up. Great.
Okay, so please. Before we get into the RAC recommendations, I would like to briefly take you on a journey to fulfill the board's mission to protect the public. And the items listed, I'll go over briefly. So we started with a public listening session in August of 2022. And during that session, there were some themes that emerged. One of them being written state examination was too difficult for English learners to pass, and that they're not at the sixth grade level, the questions and the answer choices. So then to address that right away, we actually had several review sessions with our testing vendor to look at all of, there were over 1,100 plus active questions in the test bank that we reviewed and made lots of improvements to address the concerns that we had heard. Then at the November meeting, all this was presented and the board directed that a nursing assistant level 1 curriculum task force be convened to look at the curriculum content to really make sure that it meets the needs of our Oregon clients and the students and programs. And so from there, a task force was formed and there were 13 members, and we met from January to March 2023 and made significant proposed changes, which the board approved at the April 2023 meeting for the curriculum to go into effect August 1, 2023. At that meeting, the board directed that a public listening session, a second one, be held to hear what the public says about consolidation of CNA 1 and CNA 2 into one certification. So that took place on May 30th, 2023. We actually had a great attendance. We had about 50 people across the state, and about 15 of them made comments about the idea. And there were two camps, as expected. There were education programs mostly that were opposed to the consolidation because of the value of the education and necessary training, education to meet the needs, especially in the acute care setting. Then there were the other in support were mostly practice leaders across different health systems, as well as some of the community colleges that were offering nursing assistant CNA 2 programs. So all that was presented to the board at the June 2023 meeting. And then the board directed that a RAC be convened, which actually 18 members convened between August to October 2023. And did just amazing work. And the consolidation plan that was presented at the November 2023 meeting, actually the board did not approve and asked that we go back and take more of a phased approach to the consolidation plan. So we actually took a little bit of time to plan for the RAC meeting and expanded the RAC membership, and I'll get into more detail what that is. And we actually met on January 26, 2024 for an all-day meeting. Next slide, please. So this is a table showing you the membership representation. So initial RAC, as I mentioned, that met from August to October 2023. Combined with the original NA curriculum task force that met from January to March 2023. So these are experts by all, content and all of that. And between the two groups, we ended up with 22 members. And as you can see, acute care was well represented with large health systems. And of note, the health systems actually, some of them actually have large acute care centers in metro areas, as well as smaller rural settings that they have smaller acute care facilities. Now, the education programs, we had both the private, facility-based, and community colleges, and we looked at small to large geographic areas as well. And then, of course, other leaders from just key partners. So Hospital Association of Oregon, Oregon Healthcare Association, OCA, and a leader from SEIU, as well as our board president and board staff. Rachel Prusek, our executive director, was present also. So it was an amazing group, and just really impressed with their dedication, their commitment, and the collaborative approach that we took for this work. And then you'll note that there were 10 public members who listened in during the whole session. So next slide, please. So this is a slide showing you the group process that we went through. And so the group, actually, I was going to show you a little. Couple of packets, and Aaron, this is taking you down the memory lane, right? And you too, Director Prusek. So each member was presented with a complete packet of color-coded documents for them to review. So there was a curriculum crosswalk, so looking at what a CNA, the NA1 and CNA2 curriculum content looks like. And then we also gave them authorized duties crosswalk for CNA1, CNA2. And so they were looking at side by side. And we worked as a large group, but we also broke into smaller groups. And the 22 people were divided into 3 groups. And what you see down below in the boxes is just a sampling of the group process that this RAC went through. And if you can imagine this room filled with Post-it, the walls were covered with Post-its with lots of brainstorming, discussion, robust discussion, and all that. So just as a summary then, the curriculum crosswalk, there were no recommendations for changes to the curriculum. So we're looking at the guiding principles the groups really looked at were, this isn't about acute care, this isn't about long-term care, but this is what do Oregonians need really to help prepare these CNAs, entry-level CNAs, to be able to perform when they enter into the workforce. The authorized duties, looking at the CNA1 and CNA2 authorized duties, the recommendations from the RAC was the current CNA2 authorized duties, make them be additional authorized duties for the employers to determine what their needs are for their organization, depending on the client, the patient, the resident population that they serve. Next, please. So again, this is another picture diagram showing you of the group process that we went through. So these are, after the 3 groups did the small work and taking their key points or key content items or skills that they felt like they could be added to enhance the curriculum content for a future CNA. And so we did, there were 17 items on the list, and each member was given 17 dots. And the direction was they can use all 17 dots for one topic or one item if they really felt very strongly, or they could just distribute them according to, their recommendation for adding. So you can see the dots are well distributed, and we actually went and re-voted items that are 9, 10 or higher. And as you recall, there were 22 members, and about 5 of us were not voting members because they were board staff and board president, and so re-voting, actually using the green and red paper to vote. Green, yes in support, and red, obviously in opposition. And the two skills, so suctioning oral hygiene care, which is about midway on the list on the left-hand side. And then urine dipstick, it's the bottom one at the bottom. And those two revoting actually ended up, the RAC recommendation was not to add them. So those got removed. And then what we ended up was adjusting O2 flow rate and then testing stool for occult blood. And those are noted with asterisks in front of them on the second post-it. And adjusting O2 flow rate had 13 dots and fecal had 14 dots. So that kind of tucked it away in your brain. And as the group did the gallery walk and revoting and all that, and during the proposed rulemaking segment of our all-day meeting together, the RAC recommended actually that they be moved back to the additional authorized duties for very good two reasons. And this is after very robust discussion and the safety concern. If the CNA works for an employer and they're not going to ever have their CNAs perform adjusting O2 flow or testing for occult blood, the RAC members felt that that would be a safety concern to train up all of the CNA ones to those skills, and then give them a false sense of security and cause a safety concern for the public. And then there's that financial burden to go through training of all these CNAs and not, for skills that they're not ever going to actually be allowed to do. So those are good reasons why the RAC recommended that actually they go back to the additional authorized duties. Please, next slide, please. So this is a summary slide of the RAC recommendation for consolidation, and the RAC recommended a 12-month rollout period with a compliance date of July 1, 2025. And I'm going to go into more detail of the specifics of the timeline. And just to summarize that additional authorized duties to be determined by employer, again, for them to determine based upon their needs, organizational needs, and the clients that they serve. Implementation may come before July 1. So this allows the flexibility for the employers to, if they are early adopters and they want to go ahead and train their CNAs and then do the competence validation, then they can implement as soon as those requirements are met. Versus organizations that want to wait until closer to the compliance date, then they can do so. But it gives that 12-month period for organization to make their plans. Again, there were no changes recommended for the NA curriculum. And I'll come back to that. And there's an asterisk next to it. Also, there were training up of current CNA ones based upon the RAC recommendations and what you heard. It was deemed not necessary to make any training up of the CNA ones currently. Legacy CNA 2s, the current CNA 2s that actually went through the formal CNA 2 education programs, they went through and learned and competencies validated on all the skills in current CNA 2 skills, authorized duties, so they will not be required to validate initial competency. Now, if that CNA 2 moves from one organization to another, then the second organization will have to go through the same competency validation like they do for all of their new employees. So the process that I'm describing is not a new process. It's already there. It's just simply solidifying the requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So this is a timeline of the consolidation plan, a little bit in a closer look. So you can see the first arrow is today, April 2024, presenting to you the proposed revision to Division 63. And then when you approve, then next month in May, we'll plan for a public hearing and then come back in June for your approval as a permanent adoption of these rules But all of that rules will not go into effect until July 1, 2025. And then that ramp up period, the organizational readiness, the last arrow between July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 would be the transition time for the organizations to be ready. And then OSBN will start the education and outreach during that time as well. And we have, yeah. Okay, next slide, please. And this Division 63 also has companion divisions that impact nursing assistants and medication aides. So Division 61, which is the standards for education programs, and then Division 62, which is the certification renewal for CNAs and CMAs. So again, the first three boxes, April, May, June, we already talked about. Then during the transition period between July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, then the other two divisions will need to go through the rulemaking process. And you'll see that proposed that the draft for Divisions 61 and 62 would come before you in September. Then public hearing in October, permanent adoption at the November meeting, but all three divisions, because they need to be aligned, would be held to go into effective date as of July 1, 2025. Next slide, please. So what questions do you have so far before we get into the discussion phase?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify. So what no longer there will the proposed change is that there will just be one NA curriculum, and then which will be the current basic, like the CNA equivalent to the CNA one. And then what will happen is that there won't be a CNA 2 curriculum. It will be upon the employer to skill up.
That is absolutely correct, Claire. The group went through a very extensive review of the NA1 and CNA2 curriculum, as well as the authorized duties, and really looking at, instead of the acute care, long-term care, what are the core needs across the state? And the RAC felt very strongly that our current revised NA curriculum does a great job of meeting that. So thank you for that question. Any other questions? Okay, so need board direction on, told you I was going to come back to 2 skills. And so you saw these 2 skills on slide number 5. So adjusting O2 flow rate and fecal occult blood. So what are your thoughts on, should they be added to the curriculum effective July 1, 2025, or should they be left in as additional authorized duties? So I'll just pause there for some board comments and direction on that.
Board members, thoughts on that? Personally, I think it's good to include those in the NA curriculum. Long-term care and acute care both adjust oxygen. Long-term care, they're usually using oxygen concentrators, which are usually preset, and you just turn off or on. However, in those situations, you might need to adjust it. So I don't see a problem with adding it to everyone knows how to do that. It doesn't take much time to learn. And again, fecal occult, I think that makes sense to add too, because if it comes back positive, we're going to send a specimen off to the lab to verify a lot of times. But I think it would make sense to add them.
I think I feel pretty fine with the fecal occult blood. The only thing with the O2 is there's a lot of billing component to that. And some facilities will want like a respiratory therapist just to assess patients and all that stuff. And wouldn't want and if a nurse does it, the nurse can make sure to communicate that. If a nursing assistant does it, they might just be adjusting it. And for some tracking purpose, the doctor will want to know at what point did we move up, how many minutes were they there, how many hours were they there. But fecal occult blood, I feel pretty fine with that going in, but not the O2.
Yeah, if I may offer additional clarification on the adjusting O2 flow rate, that would be at the direction of the licensed nurse. So there has to be an order which the nurse gives direction to the CNA. So this wouldn't be, they wouldn't just go ahead and adjust because they see someone is short of breath, things like that. So it would definitely be, so no CNA is working independently. They're working under the direction and supervision of a licensed nurse.
Can I just ask what the concern was to keep those off?
The concern current for the adding those two or training up the CNA ones right now, because if the organization does not allow their CNAs to perform, the concern was giving them a false sense of security by training for something that they're never going to do for their working for their organization, and then the financial burden of training, all the extra time. So those were two major concerns from the RAC.
Other board members?
I'll just add that referencing your survey and all the work that you've done, these are the top two that need to be addressed, it seems. So makes a lot of sense to me.
I think if this comes up from the recommendation from the RAC that some employers might not let employees do this, and we get down to the high risk, low frequency situation, then it's better off just leaving it up to the employers to decide if they want to train up to that or not, if they're not going to have their aides, their nursing assistants do this frequently.
And that's exactly why they were left in the additional authorized duties for the board's direction on these two topics, because it was highly discussed, and so coming to you for your direction on these two.
But if they're adopted in, the employer does have to recognize that, correct?
If the employer decides that these are skill needs for their organization, then they will do the training and the competency validation. Versus, if you, say, go ahead and add these to the curriculum effective July 1, 2025, then the curriculum task force would have to reconvene and then look at how do we incorporate these into the curriculum, hopefully without adding additional hours. So we'd have to do some re-looking at the whole thing.
Mr. President, members of the board, if I may, I think just taking a high level view as somebody who joined the all day combined RAC along with the board president is the big discussion here is if they get added back into the curriculum, the discussion will be around how do you add it back in, where do you add it back in, and the amount of time it will take without increasing the hours that they have fine-tuned the current curriculum versus if it is put back in that curriculum and it's not used, then it doesn't become part of the employer's responsibility to ensure training if it's going to be used when they're there. And so, I'd say because the board in November tasked Barbara Zhu to go back, and then we had this full day and we made these choices, and then we were like, wait a second, we don't need this. It went right back to what was presented to you in November. And I think because everyone felt so confident that it was the right thing, and it was an interesting exercise to get there, there was a decision, okay, well, let's give them these two things to maybe still have, even though I think there was, value in saying what was done the first time was right. So I don't know if you want to add on to that, Mr. President, but that is really, I think, the high level outside of, because you've been in it for so long in the weeds, that was really the question at the end of the day to come to you.
Yeah, and that's where we came. Just for all of our new board members, clarity. There were some concerns over the employer teaching everything. Because if the employers are teaching stuff, we have no authority to discipline them for teaching if they're teaching inappropriately. We only have authority to go after the licensee or the certificate holder. That was one of the big hangups back in November as well, was where's the oversight, who's going to regulate how they're teaching. But we definitely need to do this. We're one of 2 states that have a multi-level program. And I think I can go either way on the O2. People are going to teach it, the hospitals are going to teach it one way or the other. I just wanted the new board members to also be aware that was one of the hangups, was the oversight of the additional skills teaching. But I mean, there's ways we can address that later on too. So, and they already teach most of these skills and validate us when we go to a new hospital. But that was just one of the hangups back then.
You're absolutely right, Mr. President and Board Member Nikki, that the current CNA2 skills, moving them into the additional authorized duties, they were deemed to be high risk but low volume. And so depending on your organizational needs for your patients, some of these skills they may not see very often. And just like for RNs and LPNs, when that's the situation, you would do annual competency or biannual competency to make sure that things that you see less often, that the staff is competent to do that. So that's exactly why the recommendation from the RAC was to move most, if not all, of the CNA2 authorized duties currently into the additional authorized duties for the employer to determine based upon their patient client needs.
Barbara, I just had one question. I don't know if we got there because I had to take a doctor's phone call. Did we look at 6335 yet? It's just when the CNA may gain the additional skills.
You're talking about the additional authorized duty?
Yeah.
They're proposed, the proposed revisions are there. But again, the list of the additional authorized duties are listed and listed by domain, just for ease of tracking and monitoring. And again, those are for employers to determine based upon the organizational needs. And then teaching and competency validation would be up to the employer to complete. And as board president mentioned, OSBN has no jurisdiction over what employers teach. So once they're certified, once they are licensed, any continuing education, all of that is up to the organization and individual licensee and certificate holder.
The one question I had about that, I remember we had talked about, because the way it's written in here now says the RN representing the CNA employment site teaches performance of the authorized duty and validates that the CNA is competent to perform this duty. Once authorized, the CNA may perform the duty, et cetera, et cetera. I thought we had said they should teach like a peer review, or I can't think of the word off the top of my head, but like it can't just be, Joe Schmo's guide to how to remove a Foley catheter. It had to be, my brain's just.
Yeah, like an official curriculum.
Yeah, they have to do like something accredited or peer reviewed or some form. Can't remember the word off the top of my head. I'm blanking on it right now.
I think at some point we talked about evidence-based. Yeah. Is that what you were referring to? Yeah. So the language that you see in front of you is really all that expectation is incorporated into the teacher's performance of the authorized duties, because again, we have no jurisdiction over the teaching plan or any of that. And the employment site is responsible to make sure. And I would think that every organization is going to want to make sure that all of that is addressed, because it really is for their benefit and their clients to teach them the latest and the greatest, evidence-based.
Okay. I just remember that the November words had that in it. So that's what my question was.
I had a comment on that. I'm pretty sure a lot of these organizations have educators in them, and they teach nurses already. So I have no worry at all, because I don't think they want any problems either.
So do you have a recommendation for me, direction on these two skills, or would you like me to finish the rest of the items?
I feel it should go to additional authorized duties, yes.
And I also think should go to additional authorized duty.
Keep in additional authorized duties.
All right. Sounds like we'll keep it in additional authorized duties.
Thank you very much. So then the next bullet point, would you like board staff to convene a RAC for rulemaking for Division 61, which is a standards for education programs for NA and MAs? And that is to align this division with the consolidation Division 63.
I think that makes sense to get them all together. Any board members are opposed to that?
No, I agree.
That makes sense to me.
And then another RAC to address and align with the other NA divisions, and that would be 62 standards for certification of NA and MA.
I think that makes sense. I'd also like for our education board member to be involved with the education program RAC if we can. Something we started doing, a few months ago. We tried to get a board member to be involved with the RAC to help guide things as well.
Mr. President, yeah, it was more than a few months ago, because it was prior to my arrival almost 9 months ago. And I think it's a great opportunity for our board members. And I would say if for some reason board member McKinley Yoder is very busy, we do also have our education policy analyst that could partner with Barbara Zhu. So we'll just make sure that that's somebody with that expertise.
Perfect. Is there a board member that would be willing to do the Division 62 RAC? We'll come back to that one then.
Mr. President, members of the board, you ready for me to make motions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. President, members of the board, that board staff move forward to administer rule hearing for OAR 851, Division 63 as presented.
Still move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, so the second motion is that board staff move forward with the proposed RAC recommendations for consolidation of CNA 1 and CNA 2 into one CNA certification as presented.
Still move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick item on the environmental scan to present to you. I wanted to inform you that a request for proposal went out for our examination services for CNA and CMA competency evaluation. Our contract with our current vendor, Headmaster, is expiring sometime later this year. And we anticipate the RFP process to close around May 8th next month. and hope to have our new vendor identified in early June. So our selection committee consists of 5 OSBN internal board staff, as well as 2 external members. So there are nursing assistant and medication aid program directors that have volunteered to be part of the process. So there will be 7 of us. And I will bring back, hopefully at the June meeting, of the outcome.
Well, thank you.
Questions?
Any
All right.
questions?
I have a question. So
Yeah.
for the board member to volunteer, how often are those meetings and are they held here?
The RAC meetings, we have been holding them virtually. We can certainly hold them here, depending on the, I guess, the process. For the consolidation work, obviously, we had a lot more meetings because it was not just the rulemaking, process, but it was really the consolidation plan. What does that look like? So we had to go through a lot of the process things. So I would say, RAC meetings can vary anywhere from 1 to several meetings, depending on the division. So we will do kind of a little bit of the initial work and then have the RAC members react to the proposed changes. So I would anticipate maybe a few meetings, depending on the duration of the meeting.
I may be interested, so
Sure.
All right, any other questions or comment from board staff or board members?
I was just gonna say thank you. This is a lot of work to get to this point.
Well, thank you for that. I really have to give kudos to the RAC members. I mean, they were so dedicated, committed, and the collaborative approach was just inspirational, amazing. And yes, we had moments where the robust discussion was robust. But I could not say enough things about them as a group and their devotion to our clients, our students, and just in Oregon. I mean, their servant-hearted approach to all this was just incredible.
Yeah, I have to agree, Barbara Jew. You did great and you got us back on track a few times when we kind of went off the rails. But it was a lot of work that the RAC and you did, and we probably wouldn't be here if you didn't help guide us along that route. We'd probably still be bickering on a Zoom call somewhere.
Barbara?
I was just gonna say thank you too for all the work you've done in the racks. And then a question for you. Are you unhappy with the current testing vendor?
No, it's not that we're unhappy with it. It's just that the state have a process for making sure that we go through the fair process of opening it up. So it wasn't anything related to unhappiness with our current vendor. It's just that we have been with them for actually a long time, and for various reasons, we kept extending. And so I believe our current contract with them was around 10 years, plus or minus. And that's a little bit longer than what state typically, but for right reasons, we just needed to extend. And so this time we are opening, I mean, we have opened it to other vendors for a fair process to take place. So thank you for that question.
All right.
I'll just add how fantastic it is that Oregon will join almost every other state and have CNA versus the levels. And it's from the guidance and leadership of your work. So thank you. And just adding on to that question, the state has a very long and painful RFP process to ensure no bias in who we hire.
All right, we're technically ahead of schedule. Would anybody be interested in a break right now? All right, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after. We're going to move over to Gretchen Cook, policy analyst.
Mr. President, excuse me, and apologies, Gretchen, but there was just and I just put food in my mouth, so apologies for that. An announcement in our emails, there's some confusion, board members and staff, so we have our HR manager here. If we can just briefly take a second just to inform you so you're not worried.
Well, good morning. If you haven't met me yet, I'm Kelly Stiles. I'm the new HR manager. I started on April 1st, so why not have a complete another computer glitch to staff in the board? I just want to let you know if you have gotten an email from our Workday system about a new hire orientation with a bunch of links and a bunch of classes you need to take, please disregard. I am trying to get a hold of our Workday rep at DAS to see what's going on because my phone is blowing up currently with staff. And I'm a new employee. And I looked at it, I'm like, I already completed these trainings. Why do I have to do them again? So anyway, please disregard that email. If there's anything else that I have to communicate regarding, if there's going to be another email correction, I'll let you know. So thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me disrupt your meeting. Carry on.
All right, thank you. Just delete that then. All right, your turn.
Hey, Mr. Board President, board members, Gretchen Cook, policy analyst for RN LPN practice. 3 agenda items today, and I'm going to be starting with PR1, which you'll find on page, I believe, 93 of the PDF version. I'm not sure if those are correlated this time. Okay, this is excellent. Oh, thank you. So, and that is an update on the status of draft rule writing done on Division 6, which is our division on general definitions. It's an ongoing process. I wanted to give you a copy, clean copy, no markup, and all markup, so that you can see the work done to date. It's in no way a finished document. We're still reconciling the accuracy of the definitions if they are actually needed, taking out any definition language that has a statement of an action or a decision that needs to be made, and then finding which rule that actually needs to be placed in for enforcement purposes. And so that work continues and going on. However, as you go through them, and I didn't have the opportunity to listen in to yesterday's meeting, but if there are terms or things that you think might need or warrant a definition or more clarity, please let me know. We can have that discussion, and that work will continue. And hopefully, depending on all the other divisions that are open, maybe in November, possibly September, we might be bringing these forward for a motion, just to kind of like now in this point in time, here we are, and then we can continue the work, but at least we have a solid document to work with.
And it's alphabetical.
Yes. Is this the time I can? This is the
Yep.
time, yes.
So I found a few maybe typos.
Okay. And this is the track changes version of which you speak?
This is on the track versions,
Okay.
track version. Under, so on line 40, advanced practice registered nurse said means a registered who also holds licensure.
Okay.
And then on page 12, line 5,
Page 12.
page
112.
112, sorry, page 112. Certified nursing assistants maintained by the board, that the for whom.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I caught that one in the clean copy, but that one is convoluted in the track changes.
And then the last one is page 117, line 23. That does not authorized practice in Oregon.
Great, thank you very much. She's my kind of people. Okay, any other discussion about general terms?
Yes, I have a question about the history removing abstinence and how you guys came to that, the definition for abstinence.
That would go with the compliance and into which if it appears in another rule. And if the definition that the board had in Division 6 varied significantly, what is the common understood definition of the term? Because if it's commonly understood, then we don't have a need to define it. It's only if there's an interesting twist that's applicable only to the rules of the Practice Act, then we will define. But, yeah.
I have a question. Was stable and predictable, which are terms that for 13 years of my life right now have been integrated into my mind. Is there a reason why, or is that again, it will be into the actual rule?
The hope is to get it into the actual rule. And the reason that they might have been prematurely X'd out of this copy is all the other rules in motion and what was in and what was taken out. And it was just a moment in time when these were published for the board. But that will definitely be defined in some format in a rule.
Any other questions for this one? I think we're good.
All right, thank you. All right. So moving on to PR2, which is a status update on work done to date on Division 45 of the Practice Act, which is scope and standards of practice for the RN, the LPN, practice standards for all nurses, conduct derogatory standards, duty to report standards. The difference from these rules from what you saw on the February board meeting is now we have expanded the individual scope of practice standards under the standards for all nurses to include the statements of actions or behaviors a nurse must vet their engagement in any activity, intervention, or role. In other words, our scopes decision-making guidelines have officially proposed to codify those into rule. So when we ask or require the nurse in rule to only accept those assignments that fall within their individual scope of practice, they have a decisioning mechanism to vet, is it or is it not, before they make a decision.
Board members, any questions or comment?
Mr. President, I do.
Yes.
Yes. So on page 131, line 27, ongoing collection and analyze of assessment data.
Okay. Thank you.
I spent a lot of hours doing this in a former life. Okay, and then this one may be fine. It is page 140, line 25, failing to make a report per to ORS. It may be pursuant versus per.
I think it possibly would be removal of the word to, because there's been discussion with all rec about.
Yeah, so I wasn't
Yeah.
sure exactly what they were trying to get, which word.
Okay. We'll correct that one. And more? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, I think unless there's anyone else that would like to comment, I want to thank you. This has been a lot of work and a lot of changes that we've been making over the last, 6 to 8 months, year. And
Since before the COVID
yeah.
lockdowns.
It's a lot, and I just want to tell you how appreciative we are of all the work you guys are doing on the background to help us keep everybody up to date and safe and moving forward in nursing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, I would like to maybe offer the opportunity for these rules to be motioned for public hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so would you like me to read that motion?
Sure.
Okay, so it is proposed that it is motion that based on the information provided to the board, approve the proposed changes made to OIR 0450030, 0450040, 0450050, 0450065, 0450070, and 0450090 as modified, and that the draft rules move forward to rule hearing.
Still move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you. And then I just have a very brief environmental scan, and I'll ask Brittany to please pull up Andy to please pull up my slides. It's just for a visual update. I wanted to give an update on the nurse licensure compact status around the United States and the U.S. territories. And it was best if we just had the picture up there so that you can see, where the status is across all states. This is most current, and I pulled this up. I think it was 2 weeks ago. There might have been more legislative movement on the pending states that you see in green. But you can see the preponderance of adoption and pending adoption of the nurse licensure compact by the majority of the nursing regulatory bodies in the U.S. states and U.S. territories, which is we get a lot of questions about out of the board, so we just refer them on to the NLC and refer them on to their legislators and senators to have that discussion when they ask the board, since we're neutral on the actual
What is
compact.
partial implementation? How do you partially implement?
That is, it's when the legislature of the state of the nursing regulatory body has adopted or they've accepted and write it into law. And then it's the rollout, kind of like what the CNA 1-2 is, to when they're going to actually make it, when people can actually procure a compact license in their home state.
Has it ever been taken to the Oregon legislature?
Yes. Yeah.
I can
This long
speak to that
session,
if
yeah.
you'd like. Yeah. So what's interesting about this map, I haven't seen this one like this, but anytime there's pending legislation, it will be green. Almost every year, Oregon would be green for that. But this year is a short session, and the legislator who usually brings it forward instead brought forward many other things that I had to go to the legislature on a regular basis to educate and inform legislators about what boards, regulatory boards do. So often that would be green, but green is a legislator brings it forward. It may or may not get a hearing. For example, in California, I can't imagine that state ever gets a hearing. They're probably always going to be an outlier. It will be a continued conversation in our state, especially with Idaho and Washington joining. And I will say there's been a presentation to this board from past executive director that I've looked at, and it's been updated if you all ever wanted. And it really does talk about the pros and cons of it in a very non-political way. It's often very political when it's going through the legislature.
Thank you, Director Prusak. And then there was, for the benefit of our Chief of Staff, Kimberly, Hawaii in their legislative session, they actually had 2 bills go through. One was passed on, but it was passed on with their defective date that would delay implementation until the year 3000.
So no.
Yeah, I got a kick out of that one. Yeah. Okay, all righty. And then just for a comparison contrast, you can go to the next slide. I also looked to the National Center for International Compacts, which is through the Council of State Governments. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. And this one just shows all the other types of compacts in the United States that exist and who participates by state. It looks like, according to the data, Utah has the most compacts, and these run with the audiology, speech language pathology, cosmetology, counseling, dental hygienist, teaching, all sorts of occupations. I think next in line is Alabama and Delaware, each having 10 compacts enacted. Oregon, 2. But just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. And there's actually 3 more that are pending. I had it on the bottom of my slide, but 3 more occupations that are not listed up here that are in the works with either administrative work or council work being provided through this organization, through the Council of State Governments. What's that?
Which 2 do we need?
Oh, yeah, we do. We have the physical therapy compact and the teaching compact. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So unless there's any further discussion, that completes my environmental scan.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That was great. All right. We will move over to policy analyst Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen. Come on down.
I can hold it. I can do it. I can do it. All right. Mr. President, members of the board, those listening in the audience, this is Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen. I'm the Advanced Practice Policy Analyst. And I'm here today to talk about advanced practice. And first thing I would like to talk about is potential rulemaking in regards to Division 51, Rule 0060. And that is actually not the correct PowerPoint, but that's okay. We'll get there. We can do that one next, or I could do that one first. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
We are so ahead of time today, and that's never a thing, so it's really exciting.
Well, now you did it. It's like saying the Q word at a hospital.
So a little background. So Division 51 has to do with the education standards for advanced practice nursing. It has had some revisions over the approximate 10 years that I've worked here at the board. And previous to me, there was another policy analyst that worked here at the board. And I would say that there have been just iterative improvements over the years. And then also, you know, things in scope of practice change, nomenclature changes, so things like that. But this is around advanced practice and clinical placements, which we know is a very hot topic in general, right? There's a perception that the clinical sites are a premium. We're working on data, which you'll see later today, that will speak to clinical placements, but I am not going to present that data. Instead, I would like to talk to you about what we have in rules and how that is a potential barrier. Okay, I have my own slides. So here's a little bit of the background. So in 2012, the previous policy analyst implemented rules in regards to clinical practice placement here in Oregon. And this was a result of advanced practice nurse who was also going back to school for additional foci, who was the subject of discipline and self-disclosed that she was also a student. And so because of this, we started a very robust application process for schools that would have students that are from Oregon. So these are Oregon nurses that are going to school online. And the specific student was going to Gonzaga at the time. And after that, again, at that time when we started this process, there were 12 schools. In 2017, there was a licensee who came under our radar, unfortunately, who was going to school to get his psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, but he was already an RN in Oregon. And because of this, and he was cited for potential action against him, he self-disclosed again that he was a student. But our process of vetting the school and vetting preceptors didn't speak to one another. So the only reason that we knew that this person was a student was because they disclosed, which was also the same situation with the person back in 2012. Time marches on, and up to 2022, we had 48 programs that we were vetting. And of that, it took 60% of administrative assistance work. And we've now changed the title of that to Education Program Coordinator. And I have her with me today in case we have very specific questions for her. But 60% of her job is vetting these clinical programs. Again, there's a perception, there's a lack of clinical placements. And as far as I'm aware, we've had no discipline cases since 2017. And the reason these slides stop in 2022 is because I presented this exact same slide deck to the board in 2022. So this gives you another slice of the number of programs that we've had and how those have bumped up over the years. and the number of students and their placements here in Oregon. We changed our process back in 2015, so those numbers are a little off, but we feel fairly fairly accurate numbers are provided for you here up to 2022. And so current placements in 2023, 1,048 students who had 2,623 placements. Again, this is an approximation, again, because of our carryover students. And right now we're in the middle of the year, so the number is a little bit less, 575 students with roughly 1,500 placements. We have 52 out-of-state schools that are on our approved list, and 32 of these programs are currently operating in Oregon. This is the documentation that we require for these non-Oregon programs. We review their clinical preceptor agreement. We validate their licensure. We make sure that they're nationally certified. We make sure that they are not under any discipline and that the experience is in the same foci of the student. Additionally, we have each school complete an annual petition, which is 4 pages long. 3 pages long, that basically indicates to us that they're nationally accredited, but all advanced practice programs are nationally accredited. We ask that they're NC-SARA. We ask that they have a regional accreditation. Thank you, Nicole. And basic validate their program. Are they accredited through CCNE, ASIN, what have you? And then we have each term, they submit a list of the students that they have and where they're at their clinical practice site. Back in 2013, I had the honor of being on a committee for the National Council of State Boards of Nursing where we looked at distance education. And in 2013, we made recommendations to NCSBN, and there was a journal article that was published in the Journal of Nursing Regulation. And what I really want to focus on is what we recommended at the time, which was looking at the home state of those schools that are so-called online. So these are schools like Duke and Yale and Georgetown and Vanderbilt. And they are approved and vetted within their own state. They're also accredited by CCNE, and they investigate complaints against their programs as we would here in Oregon. And then what we would do in our state is, if it was a school, we would approve that program. We would license anybody that was a preceptor or clinical faculty that visited Oregon. The RNs themselves already have Oregon licensure. And at the time, we recommended that we would receive a list of distance education programs from students in the state. But what we had proposed is that the list would go to NCSBN, and then NCSBN would send it to us. And if there was an issue with one of these programs, then we would contact the home state and we would let that Board of Nursing know there was a problem. Because really, what authority does the Oregon Board of Nursing have over Georgetown, Yale, etc.? This was not adopted. It was so controversial at the time in 2013 that no action was taken. But I thought this was interesting to show you sort of some of the history and the perspective and my experience personally in this venture. So a couple questions. Does our process make Oregonians safer? So in 12 years, we've had 2 APRN students with discipline issues, but both cases were actually self-disclosed both by those licensees that they were in an educational program. 0.6 of an FTE is dedicated to vetting this paperwork. Again, program accreditation, which is a requirement of all advanced practice programs. NP and faculty preceptor licensure and certification is in good standing, which is also another national requirement of all advanced practice nurses. That the site is consistent with the student's foci and degree sought. This is already also vetted by those programs. So we're doing basically a second or a third look at a clinical placement, which is slowing down the process. And we also require that schools visit their student once per term in Oregon, which can be onerous for those programs. And so that usually means that they have to hire faculty that are here in Oregon and pay them to do the site visit for those students. And recently, we've also loosened that up that they could go back to the program and perform an examination in front of their faculty to make sure that they're doing academic progression and course progression appropriately and that they can validate those clinical skills. So my concerns is that this placement data does not link to our investigation process. And it is very admin heavy. And in my determination, it does not make Oregonians any safer. And question 2, is this process a barrier to clinical placement? So because of our paperwork, it delays their clinical approval. We have received a lot of feedback from students and programs that they're very frustrated with the state of Oregon. Every other state does not provide this level of scrutiny of APRN clinical sites. They just don't. Some have, they require a list. Some have nothing. It varies widely, but I can tell you that the amount of paperwork that we do is an outlier. So my concerns with that are that clinical sites are at a premium and our process delays placements 2 to 3 weeks for Oregon nurses. We do not vet APRN licensed clinical placement experience for applicants to the state. So for instance, if I was educated for my APRN in the state of Idaho and I apply for licensure here, our requirement to become an APRN in Oregon is national certification, graduation from an approved school, and an RN license. I don't vet what clinical the person who went to the University of Idaho had. We trust it. And we know that that school was accredited because all advanced practice programs are accredited. So, should Oregon remain the only state that repeats work, or should we trust that the credentialed programs and their home state Board of Nursing did their job?
All right,
Ready for a discussion?
board members. I'll start with our APRN people. They probably have a better idea about this than I.
Thank you for the presentation and looking at all this work that you've been doing. It's pretty obvious from all this work that the original intent of the board to investigate, look at this, that we have the data to say that this is not something we need to continue to do. And I think it's important to note that the Board of Nursing, we oversee all the preceptors' licenses. Like that is really our place in governance and protecting the public. So there's not like a gap in protecting the public. Preceptors are required to really ensure the quality of care for all the people they treat, all the Oregonians they treat. And in fact, it seems like these barriers would be, as you pointed out, limiting access for Oregonians who want to get licensure, who want to do an online program that happens to be in another state.
I concur. Just a personal experience. I had a staff who was taking a California-based family nurse practitioner program. Her clinical experience or placement was very difficult. She ended up had to travel back to California to complete part of her clinical practice. And I was able to help her place one clinical setting in a family practice clinic here, and talking to a friend of mine who's been a long-term serving as a preceptor for NPs. But 3 other clinicals, she had to not work in my clinic and travel back to California because these barriers. So I'm definitely think it's time to move on.
And that's why I'm glad we have such a wide variety of board members who can tell us their personal experience with the rules and regulations we have. I mean, in addition to that, we've had 2 that self-disclosed in 12 years. It seems like we're using a lot of time and manpower that could be dedicated to licensing or other areas to help get licenses out faster, to move more investigations along, whatever we need that person to do. So I think it makes sense as well.
I was gonna say, I think it makes a lot of sense. Whatever state the schools are in, they're being vetted constantly to make sure that they're doing the right thing. The other thing was I was gonna share a friend's experience too. She actually moved back to Washington to start from Georgetown, because we were from Maryland together. She's like, every time I go on a website, it says exception to clinical placement. I see Oregon. I'm like, yeah, I'm just moving back. Because those schools, we say that the process is different if you live in this state. And the first thing she kept saying is like, it's all Oregon. They pay well here, but I need to go back to DC.
Mr. President, members of the board, I want to add from an executive director perspective, and that is, I hear from schools training our Oregon nurses and others. It is frustrating knowing that everybody in every state is told one thing, and then Oregon is the only state that has to go through another process. And so I put that out there just because to know that Oregon Board of Nursing is mentioned in many states and schools because of this. And it's just an interesting thing to think about and the bigger perspective of when Oregon Board of Nursing is coming out of people's mouths across the state.
Any other comment? Hearing none, I think we're ready to hear a motion on that one.
Okay, and I'm going to make an adjustment here. So this is a request for rulemaking for Chapter 851, Division 51, Rule 0060. So I propose a motion that the board approves removal of OAR 851-051-060 as presented for rulemaking.
Still move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, it carries. Let's go to rulemaking.
Wonderful. Thank you all. So for my environmental scan, it's my next slide deck. And I just wanted to provide the board an update of some proposed language that we've developed for Division 31 with input from the RAC and from other policy staff. So Division 31 for board members and for members of the public covers licensing currently right now for only LPNs and RNs. But the language before you and proposed language is it will also include APRN licensing. So it will be one-stop shopping for our licensees. So the applications of a nursing license, is a property right. And then today I'm just going to walk through these specific parts. I can't do all of Division 31, but I think these are the parts that we see most often and have more to do with our board specifically. So if you'll allow me, I will talk about initial, renewal, endorsement, reinstatement, reentry, and reactivation. So initial licensure means that you meet the requirements of the state of Oregon. And our current standards versus potential changes I have listed for you. So fingerprints, a lead screening, they have to complete the application. We review their transcript. We require documentation of their NCLEX, that they perform some type of English proficiency, and that they also complete pain competency, cultural competency, and if they're APRNs, that they also do suicide prevention. And we also require 400 hours and 2 years of practice. And so proposed changes that we are looking at would be moving towards the wrap back. So I think you all have heard about that, but it's legislation that really works through the Oregon State Police, OSP. And this is a national system that on a regular basis is screening folks that have fingerprints. So in the event that someone is arrested or someone commits a crime and fingerprints are taken, we then become alerted. So really, this is going to be a quicker process for our licensees in the future, and it also will be a continuous stream of information. We'll also, again, we're keeping the transcript review, and we still will ask for documentation of the NCLEX. And then documentation of national certifications, again, for that initial licensure. We're removing English proficiency from this as the group from the RAC, and then also the policy analysts felt, and again, I'm open for discussion on this, that if you could take the NCLEX in English, you can speak English. And there's a perception there that's a problem, I think, with some of the language in 31 from people that come from different backgrounds. And so we'd like to remove that. Continuing education will stay there. And we're going to talk in a minute about the hours. And then potentially we could go to graduation from a regionally accredited program, which we have for advanced practice nurses, but we don't require that of our programs, even in our own state. So there are 3 programs, I believe, for RN programs that are not nationally accredited. And other states also don't necessarily require accreditation, but there are states that do. And so if a student graduates from the state of Oregon in a school that's not accredited, they could potentially move to another state and not be licensed. And so this is a hot topic in an area that we'd like to look into, but currently our statute says approve instead of accredited, if I'm correct. So something that we're wanting to look into, and that's why I put it in red. And there you go, the CCNE, ACE, and NLN. So what does renewal mean? It really just means that you're paying a fee and you meet our requirements. That's it. And so right now, in order to renew, these are the requirements in front of you. You have to complete your application. You're supposed to have the practice hours, or we give you re-entry. It's laid out in a very significant pattern, so I don't have that here in front of you. Or they're able to take the NCLEX. And then so potential draft changes that we're looking at is going back to that 5 years mark instead of the 2-year mark. So the 960 hours and 5 years of practice, or potentially looking at 96 practice hours and 13 hours of continuing education, or 25 hours of continuing education related to one specialty area of practice or foci, or that you're attending some type of nursing program that's accredited. So for instance, if we have an LPN who's going to RN school, those hours would count as practice. Or if we have a BSN nurse who's getting their PhD, those hours would count for that nurse's practice. Right now in Division 31, we do not have that allowance. Or if you'd like to, you can take the NCLEX over. So we have those options, and I may just stop there with those numbers because that's a pretty significant change that we're potentially proposing to this board.
I have to say I like the education piece because I know a lot of LPNs who are going back to school for their RN almost full time, so they're working per diem. I think that's a big help, and it helps people further their career path in nursing as well.
So I know that for new graduates from like a BSN program, for example, or an RN program, if they were to get, say, licensed in Washington or California, they would have to do 400 hours before they could then be licensed in Oregon. Is that accurate? even if they've taken the NCLEX within 2 years.
That is accurate.
So in this, what they could do is they could do 25 hours of continuing ed around their area and still, okay, thank you.
Exactly. Other questions about these hours or these potential changes?
I just,
Questions about the previous changes, about previous slide piece, about the transcript review. So and make sure if I get to understand, like, know the lay of the land, because we're in the previous presentation, you were talking about advanced practice RNs, all programs nationally are certified. For CNA, LPN, RN, that's not necessarily the case. Okay, it's accredited, sorry, national accreditation from the whatever the accreditation board. So, okay, so we only have one license that we can know that all other states are following. The second part I'm wondering about is what is our reject rate? Because I imagine there's amount of staff time put into reviewing transcripts, and it's also a barrier for entry for out-of-state folks to come into practice. So it's a delay as we're wanting to get more nurses out there to work. You know, what is our reject rate due to the transcript and lacking?
I'm going to defer that to the chief of staff.
So thank you for the question. I don't have that number off the top of my head, and I think it's really hard to nail down that number because we have a variety of ways that an application might expire out. We may write back to somebody and ask for clarification, and if they don't respond, then it expires rather than we say that it's, you know, rejected, so to speak.
could I just say though, that I think that transcript review is critical, especially in light of the Nightingale scandal that came out where people may be applying to OSBN for licensure and have been from a fraudulent university.
And then we need to be careful about how much of ongoing stuff we're talking about, but Director Prusak can talk about that. And I believe we've caught a few transcripts over.
Yeah, so at a very high level, as you mentioned, it's a very public awareness across the nation that they have called, unfortunately, Operation Nightingale, but it is FBI investigation into faulty transcripts. And there are states that have hundreds and thousands of these, and again, very public information out there. And the states that are looking at transcripts aren't having the hundreds and thousands of numbers. And so at this time, it is a very important step of the process and applications, as you mentioned, to look at applicants that may not be coming from a credentialed school or other.
I have a learning moment question. You were talking about the fingerprint and the rat pack going to the Oregon State Police. Can someone still get this done in another state, or they have to be in Oregon to do it?
I will also defer that to the chief of staff.
Because if they're trying to get their license together before they move to Oregon, it will be helpful.
They can be in another state, and we can currently, even with our current fingerprint rules, you can be fingerprinted elsewhere. We have our vendor is throughout the US.
And I'll just quickly add, we had heard historically loud and clear that our processing time was held up by a lot of the steps that people had to take. Sometimes that is not internal OSBN, sometimes that is people getting in the pieces. But we did have to improve some processes, absolutely. And I will just say the wrap back is new. It was just passed in legislation in the short session. So we are doing our due diligence now with the leadership of our chief of staff to work with OSP to figure out next steps, and we can make sure we inform the board of that.
With regarding a removal of the English proficiency test, could you remind me which measurement tool we are currently using?
If I can just grab my practice act right there, I can tell you, but I know one is TOEFL. And then I think there's different ways that you can do the TOEFL, if I remember correctly. So I think we give 2 options for that. We also have a number of vendors that we use. And then we have some differences for whether you were educated in Puerto Rico versus Canada versus somewhere else. Let me see.
And while she's looking to answer, just high level, as we are reviewing our divisions, we are also reviewing, ensuring, kind of removing any racism that may exist. This is not just a Oregon effort looking at Nurse Practice Act. It's very much, at the National Council State Board of Nursing, encouraging all states to be doing it for examples like we're talking about.
My comment to that is regarding the additional English proficiency measurement or standardized test. I don't think it adds any value. Those tests mostly are in written format. As far as I understood, there may be a little here, speaking language, you wear an earphone, because I had passed TOEFL multiple times to myself. So if someone passed NCLEX, I think a lot of the issues we hear is probably assimilated to the workplace, maybe cultural rather than language. So that just takes time. So I support to remove the English proficiency, because based on my personal experience, if they have trouble assimilate into the workplace, it's just gonna take some support and, get into the team spirit and get over the cultural barrier rather than language itself.
I appreciate that comment very much. And as we were looking at this, similar comments were brought up by other board staff that come from a diverse background, who identified this to us. And, I've been here for 10 plus years. And I always was like, well, I don't know why this is here. And then, the staff member said, well, maybe we should really look at this. And then we had quite a robust discussion as a policy team about, is this really necessary? But to answer your previous question, a score of 83 on the TOEFL, passing the International English Language Testing System, occupational English test were the other options. And again, for some reason, we called out Canada and Puerto Rico differently, as well as other countries, which I'm not really sure about that either.
I think that might be because of British English. Let's say I've gone through this process a lot, and a lot of times I have to turn in a document saying English is my first language.
Because of, you could be from Quebec, like French. Okay. So just interesting. So again, these are things that we saw that we thought, is that really necessary going forward?
Can I ask one more clarifying question? This is on this slide around the 25 hours of continuing education related. So does this mean that someone could have passed the NCLEX, become a nurse, leave the profession for 15 years, and then take 25 hours of continuing ed and renew their license? Or with no practical anything?
So this is all still hypothetical, but as it is written here, potentially yes. And in the past, we have forced re-entry upon people that have taken steps out of practice. Now, 15 years is pretty significant, but for most folks, it might be 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. And being able to acquire clinical placement for them has been next to impossible. And really, the only pipeline that we have with some agreements with some of the health systems is, again, for those folks that have come back from discipline. And we want to reserve those placements where they can have supervised practice, in my humble opinion, there. Because those sites are a premium, and we want those people to come back to nursing practice. So there is a question about folks that have been out a certain number of years and open to hear your thoughts on where that cutoff would be, or if you feel like it does need to be observed practice or taking the NCLEX over examples.
Yeah, nursing practice changes over time and the NCLEX reflects that. And so that clinical judgment piece is really important. So if someone were to go out for 15 hours, take 25 hours of continuing ed, which could be in a range of things, but isn't necessarily related to that clinical judgment piece. When they go into practice, they may not be safe to provide patient care because they are gaining knowledge, but not necessarily that judgment piece, which has changed over the last 20 years. And so, and people do, go into other things and then they go, oh, that's, and now I need to, I can get back and be a nurse. And so I think that supporting them in that clinical judgment piece, having some sort of observed practice is helpful. I also completely understand that, yes, clinical placements are at a premium. And so I'm not exactly sure how to manage that, but I would be concerned if someone was out of practice for quite a while.
So would you think if we left that language in there and then said, if less than X number of years, they can do the 25 hours, or do you think it should just be pulled out completely?
So here's one thing that I think is helpful is I think about those cases where, somebody graduates from an accredited college and goes, I'm just going to get licensed here, but then they realize I want to move to Oregon for many different reasons. And they don't have those 400 hours. We say, well, you'll have to go back and get those 400 hours and then come back to us. So I think it's helpful in that way. But yeah, I guess I would be in favor of having some sort of, if you have, within a certain number of years, and I don't know exactly what those years would be. I don't have a plan here, but it just does seem like that would be helpful with the way that nursing education and evolving that evolving practice environment. It's quite different now than it was when I started in 1999.
I would say in past history that had been 5 years, right? And I think that the previous boards before you, that was their intention, was 5 years. And I think that's the intention of the statute as well. And I am not opposed to looking at other creative ideas that we could look at the reentry process. There are online reentry programs that are done through simulation. So that may be a way that we could offer that. And those are available now. And in the past, we have not been open to those. So that may be a potential solution, looking at the policy team, that we could certainly incorporate into this language.
And I think simulations are really good choice in this situation because with, simulation following approved standards, there is debrief, there's discussion of clinical judgment, and they have that direct observation and evaluation of their practice. So that makes sense to me.
Sounds like the 25 hours with some simulation might be the way to go.
One thought, I wonder if this would work. So that we're just talking about initial applications here, right? Or is this renewals? Sorry, just renewals. Then, so I like the combo piece of the 96 hours plus 13 hours. I don't think it has to be, one doesn't just have to do 400 or the 960 hours to come back into practice, right? So there is that combo there that I think is kind of a lower bar as far as the amount of time to re-enter. Sorry, yeah, and then I guess I'm saying that I feel like that's a good example of trying to do a balance. If we were to strike the 25 hour.
I think I'm hearing, though, if it has been longer than 5 years, that the board would be hopeful that the new draft would have something that would demonstrate clinical judgment and simulation would be appropriate, but also clinical hours could be if they could obtain them.
Okay, okay. And Dr. Wickenhagen, if I may, for the new board's knowledge, so this discussion is a discussion and there's a rule advisory committee. And on that, you have your expertise of all the policy analysts here with you today. But it is also an opportunity for a board member to join once they really get going, if desire. But I think that our policy analysts bring really vast backgrounds of education and looking to all the other states, National Council State Board of Nursing, data and research, and then of course your input.
If I could depart from that particular subject, I'd like to revisit the English language proficiency. So speaking from a physical therapy standpoint, we know, we have data that when an individual can pass the TOEFL, which is what physical therapy uses, they're much more likely to pass the National Physical Therapy Examination. Now, I know there's differences. We have a 6-time limit on the NPTE, and there appears to be no limit on the MCLEX. Is that?
So they have 2 years, and then the NCSBN also has a 45-day waiting period. So on the 46th day, they could take it. Yes, okay. So there are limits from Oregon, and I know there are some states that have no limits at all, but we limit them to 2 years from graduation.
One of the issues that happened in physical therapy was item harvesting off the National Physical Therapy Exam. So unless we know people are good or proficient in English, I mean, you don't really want them taking the exam. I mean, you don't want your exam exposed. I remember being at an educational session that was from the head psychometrician for the NCLEX, and even the NCLEX with the deepest item bank as they have item drift or, items that are exposed and shared with others. So I just take the other side of that. So food for thought.
And I appreciate that. And our expert, Laura Blackhurst, is here about education and NCLEX. And we've recently been talking about the NCLEX a lot lately. But do you have a comment?
I think I would just reiterate that the NCLEX recently had an overhaul in May of 2023. And so they've added a bit more complexity in that there are no longer simply multiple choice questions. There's now case studies embedded within the NCLEX, and there are new item styles. And I think our opinion is that there's now so much complexity and depth to the questions that again, if you could pass the NCLEX, you were likely proficient in English.
And passing the NCLEX is a requirement, no matter what. So the TOEFL is an additional requirement that we're laying on to them after they've passed the NCLEX, to clarify.
Why would you not have the TOEFL ahead of time?
We would have to see what National Council State Boards of Nursing require prior to them taking the NCLEX. I don't know the answer to that. And they may in fact do, but we look at it sort of the other way. You have to have, that's an entrance to practice, and our entrance to practice is the exam. And then in addition to that, we will have them repeat a TOEFL, likely, because again, most international applicants have had to do the TOEFL previously. And I think we give them some type of a timeline that it's good for this many number of years. And then after that, you have to repeat it. And I'm open to someone correcting me if I'm wrong on that. But I think that's where we are. So likely the person who is coming to Oregon has already taken the TOEFL at least once, if not more. And we're asking them to take it again after they've already demonstrated that they passed the exam.
And Board Member Kels, I'm wondering if, based on what you just shared at a presentation, if that's why National Council State Board of Nursing / NCLEX, because they're, they oversee it, started looking into that and then have these new recommendations. Perhaps I can look into that too.
Also, I'm curious on, you have schools, can you just repeat what you said about having schools that are not accredited?
Absolutely. So the language in our statute says that we can approve schools. But the Board of Nursing does not accredit programs. Accreditors are national entities. And not all of the programs for LPN and RN in this state are accredited. They are approved by the Oregon State Board of Nursing, but they are not all accredited. And I believe the number is around 3. We can find that out specifically for you and fact check that and get that to you at the next board meeting or sooner. But it can be problematic because, it won't be recognized potentially if they are educated in another place, and then vice versa. If someone was educated and they didn't go to an accredited school and they apply for an advanced practice program, potentially that advanced practice program wouldn't accept them either.
I think a similar thing happened everything happens in Florida. Unaccredited physical therapist assistant programs, an effort to enhance the workforce, but these folks couldn't go anywhere because every other state is going to require graduation from an accredited program. So it's problematic, I think.
Can I add also, just for clarity, that we have different expectations in our rule for the advanced practice education programs and our LPN RN education programs. And so for the LPN RN programs in our state, our current rule is that as part of their developmental process, they need to show either a national accreditation or a regional accreditation. Now, national accreditation is nursing specific, and we don't require that piece specifically. About half of our programs have nursing national certification, or accreditation. Most of our programs are reliant on a regional accreditation of the overarching institution itself.
This has been a topic of debate, and what language should be included in Division 21, and if at some point the board felt strongly about this, if there would be a phase-in date, if there would be a pathway to the financial burden of that and how that could be potentially lessened for some of these small programs. So that's sort of where the conversation loses traction. I would say in the state too is that, there's some places, rural, typically community colleges that just don't have the funding or the support from their institution to pay for that nursing accreditation. So more to follow on that, and I won't steal her thunder. So, are we okay with moving on to the next slide?
I was actually going to suggest it, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so now we're going to talk about endorsement. So all endorsement means is that you have the equivalent preparation designation in another state. And so for current, and it says reactivation there and it should not, it just should say current endorsement. So I apologize. Fingerprints, application, transcript review, documentation of the NCLEX and your clinical. Again, English proficiency and continuing education. So potential changes that we've talked about, again, hopefully we'll be moving to the wrap back. Removing the clinical experience, the 402 for endorsement, and the English proficiency, meaning that if someone is licensed in the state of Washington, for instance, then we're going to just license them. We wouldn't have to see their practice because they're currently licensed in another state. Open to discussion there.
Well, so this endorsement piece, then for me, I think we could remove the 25 hours of continuing education, because if someone is licensed in another state, but hasn't, if we're saying like, we are not going to require this clinical experience, it's been within a couple of years or whatever, that then they would be endorsed. So then I think for the previous one, for the renewal, that 25 hours of continuing ed, I don't know. So I guess I was thinking about endorsement. The piece of someone who's been out of practice for an extended time still holds. So actually maybe now anyways, I appreciate this. Thank you. Cause I think that sometimes people get licensed in, like, I know like new graduates, they get licensed and then they go, oh wait, but I've got this thing, and now they're stuck. They have to stay within they can't come to Oregon until they get those 400 hours. And so I think anything to remove barriers from nurses being able to work here is good.
So could that be specific to new grads? That instance you're bringing up?
It could be. I'm sure that we could come up with language for those nurses, because technically that's, well, it may or may not be. It depends on what you believe initial means. So we've also had this discussion with the licensing staff. Does that mean you're initial to Oregon, or does that mean you're initial to being a nurse? And so we've gone back and forth on that as well. And same thing with reentry. So I'm going to give you a more direct answer, but I think there is potential that we could put language that would get across that point. Again, I added in these other potential changes for regional accreditation and for national accreditation. Again, giving us the potential, but we're not there yet, and that's why it's in red.
I fully support some sort of accreditation, because that helps to ensure the quality of the program, and that also protects nurses in that they are getting what they need to practice safely.
The one thing I'd like to call and make sure we think about this, I know the Department of Labor, and I think it's RISE, just started that new program where they're training up CNAs to the LPN or RN level in their own environment. I just want to make sure we don't somehow cut that program off if we go to the accreditation.
Absolutely. So we're working with those partners and stakeholders, and we've had a couple of meetings with them, and the collaboration is in process. So, but I think they're still in the developmental look at that program, but we're walking step in step with them as they develop that program. So I definitely hear you there. And so reinstatement is simply returning after discipline. And so Division 31 actually does a really good job of putting this together, and tells our licensees if they've signed a stipulated order that they need to look and see what the stipulated order says if they want to come back to practice. Same thing if they've had a revocation. They still have to complete an application, and then it is reviewed by investigation. The board makes a determination on whether or not they're going to be able to be reissued, whether or not they're going to have to do monitored practice, what have you. So we honestly, from the RAC and from the policy perspective, we feel like we have that right in Division 31 right now. So we didn't recommend any changes there, but open to hear anything that the board would say about that.
I think our process for reinstatement after discipline's really well laid out. And I mean, I don't think of any specific changes that come to mind, because really it is following the board order. It is following the process.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then re-entry. So this is where I mentioned before, we had really kind of calculus type formula in Division 31 about how someone could re-enter in X number of hours for this many years and X number of hours for that many years. We also have had nurses elect to have an individual program where they would work with basically myself at the Board of Nursing, and they would communicate with me over email, and I would look at their documents, and I would talk to their preceptors, and I would make sure that they would have an agreement and that they would follow through, and someone would sign off on them as being ready to go back to practice. I will say that's incredibly onerous for Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen. So there's that. And then there was and still is, but it is currently closing, health education consultants. There was a small business that has been operating and being an alternative to myself. And then there are other programs that I mentioned, Colorado State, WSU, who also now have reentry programs, and some of those contain simulation hours. And so definitely see that as the way of the future, again, for whatever certain number of years that a person would need to do reentry, and that seems more sustainable. And then, for licensees and then also for board staff. We also make folks do a limited license, which is sort of an interesting concept. It does speak to that in our statute. And to me personally, I think I just think it's a little weird to have a limited license because you're not quite a nurse. So yeah, I heard some laughter. So I'm open to the board's input on that. Again, it does speak to it in statute. I don't know how you feel about that terminology for these folks that are sort of in that limbo position. And it also may be more appropriate for the people that are coming back from discipline. So just thoughts on that, but also I don't necessarily want a scarlet letter on nurses that have come back from discipline either. So open for your feedback and thoughts on that. Again, we're very much in the draft mode here, and I'm open to hearing your thoughts and input on those terms and that license type.
So is that like having a permit?
So if you have a lot of, just trying to figure this out. So if you had a lot of like bad car accident history, do you ever go back to getting a permit temporarily? Okay. But you lose it.
Return to full.
But when you return a full license. Okay.
What's the definition of a limited license?
And while she's looking, I want to share that there are things in statute that we can't change by rule. It has to change by statute, and that's going to the legislature and a whole thing. So sometimes we update our rules and our divisions because of our statutes, which at times are confusing. Just want to put that out there.
It is here. Limited license means a registered nurse or practical nurse license with conditions which specifically limit its duration and generally used for reentry into practice or for short-term educational experiences for international nurses.
I think it's appropriate. I really think so.
And just for the board's awareness, there's a statute on this, which is ORS 678050, has some of the statutory language regarding limited licenses as well. So just for your information.
And historically, we don't just randomly throw out limited licenses to this nurse, that nurse. There's usually a process behind it that we follow, and there's usually rationale behind why somebody would be issued a limited license. But it's not just something we say, oh, you did this. Okay, you're getting this. We're taking your permit away and now you're back to training wheels. There's usually rationales and in-depth conversations, usually at our other meetings that we have. But there's reasons and rationales behind why we have it as well.
Can I just ask, can you give me an example of, when a currently licensed nurse attending this program would need reentry? Like if they're currently licensed, it doesn't, so I'm just curious.
So in fact, we don't give credit now to folks that are in school, going to school. We give credit for those hours if they've graduated.
But they would they be currently licensed?
Yes, so you could have someone who is an LPN who's going to school to be an RN, and OSBN would not count those hours until the student graduated.
Their LPN hours.
Exactly.
So so they might be an LPN. Oh, that's okay. I did not realize that.
If I may, it is why some of these things are getting updated. We are an outlier in that place also. For example, since OHSU is here with us today, you're in school, you're told, hey, school's a lot, try not to work. You don't accrue hours outside of school. Oregon has a barrier right now of using those hours, and that is not also another place where we're an outlier. And we get very stressful calls from those nurses, very concerned that they're not going to renew their license. And there was, work done by the previous board who made decisions based on data that was held to them. As you know, we always reevaluate and reassess, and that is, some of the things that have come up. And I think we can work on coming back with a kind of updated presentation on those statutes and when we use that with all the information, so we don't start to go down a rabbit hole of what might be happening on the.
And so just one more thing, like in noting this, I would say RN in PhD, like a nursing related, so not just, okay. I just wanted to make sure it was.
We can clarify that language, absolutely.
Is there any more comment or questions on the specific slide? I want to try and keep us on track. We're eating through the time we had gained. It is. It's great.
Perfect. This will go really quickly. So this is reactivation, which just means that you missed your renewal by 30 days. And so basically they're going to have very similar requirements. And again, the ones on the left are what our current ones are, potential options for folks in the future on the right. And those are all the same slides we've looked at previously. And that's it. Nope.
All right. Does anyone have any additional questions? All right. I don't think we can get through anything else in a half hour.
Yeah, Mr. President, that's what I was trying to look at. So the only option, we either take an hour break, because as you know, we have to, for the public, make sure that public forum and other things are on time. The only thing that I could offer you all, if you wanted to continue for a half hour and then go, would be for me to start kind of my administrative stuff. The other option is take an hour and stay on track when we get back.
Board members, anybody want an hour break, or should we start and then stop? Okay. All right, we'll start and then for a half hour, and we'll cut it off there and get lunch.
Okay, so
We'll take a 5-minute break real quick.
sorry. Thank you. Yes. Mr. President, members of the board and board staff, I'm excited to be here in front of you today because there are things that I've been thinking about and I haven't really taken the opportunity to update you on different things. And so I kind of put a bunch of things together that I thought the board should really know or guide me as the director on next steps. So I'm going to start with National Council State Board of Nursing, just kind of updating you on that. In March, I had attended the National Council State Board of Nursing mid-year meeting. Every year they host this event. It's an opportunity for executive officers and board presidents or other members of the board to connect on issues important to regulatory excellence. On the first day, the executive officer and board presidents who were there from across the country gathered to hear from an expert, and they do that every year. They invite on that first day an expert. This year it was Victoria Priola, and she's a psychologist who provided an opportunity for us to reimagine the discipline process and incorporate new evidence-based ideas, tools, and resources into current systems. Since then, she and I connected after the meeting to discuss some of what she raised and to talk about some of the contract work she does, not just for National Council State Board of Nursing, but boards of nursing across the country. And so she does some work with investigators to explore the importance of removing bias and digging into when and how psychological evaluations can support an investigation, and also supporting board members with that. And so she is excited to do work in Oregon, if that is something that you all are interested in. I am definitely as the executive director, but of course always come to you for guidance. On June 19th, coming up, the National Council State Board of Nursing will also be hosting their Executive Officer Summit. So I will represent all of you in Park City, Utah. And I'm excited because I've just been laying low the past 9 months and really kind of watching, observing, listening, making some contacts with different executive officers across the country. But I get to kind of highlight one of my strengths at this upcoming one because I was invited to sit on a panel entitled Communicating with Legislators. So myself and another executive officer that was a state representative are going to discuss this. And I say I'm excited to lean into one of my strengths because this job brought many things that are so new to me. And so just excited to have one strength to bring to the table there. On August 27th, the National Council State Board of Nursing has an annual meeting that takes place in Chicago. It will be good to have board members join. The last time I went, I had only been here for 2 weeks, and the board president at the time and a few board staff joined. And it's a lot of business meetings, but it's also a exciting opportunity to hear panel discussions and do some networking. Really hear what other boards across the nation are doing. So hopefully somebody from the board will be able to attend with me. Next year, March 2025, it'll also be good to have a board member attend the mid-year meeting that I recently attended. Outside of National Council State Board of Nursing conferences, there are other opportunities, and I really wanted to share with all of you just about professional growth as a board if you wanted to. I know when I came back from National Council State Board of Nursing, I shared with you information about their kind of education arm to support board members. You're all getting registered to be able to access them. I know that board member Hill already started, and I did, according to the ethics committee, it was okay that I brought you back pencils from there that turn into flowers if you plant them. So wanted to share a little bit about those other opportunities. So outside of National Council State Board of Nursing, we are also members of National Organization of Alternative Programs. So like I'm sharing with you to reach out for professional growth, I have shared with every single staff member here the same. So I did have 2 staff members and board member Cooksey reach out about this National Organization of Alternative Programs conference that's coming up. And so the 4 of us will go. I will report back in June what we learn. But their mission is to promote public safety through participation of healthcare professionals in monitored rehabilitation and recovery as an alternative to discipline. We'll network with the experts leading on this in their field and bring back ideas and data about alternative to discipline programs. We're also a member of CLEAR, which is the Council on Licensure, Enforcement, and Regulation, which is an international resource of professional regulator stakeholders, and it promotes regulatory excellence through conferences, education programs, webinars, seminars, symposia. They're hosting a conference which has a super exciting agenda, ranging from anti-racism approaches and regulatory decision-making to artificial intelligence, to DEIB, how to measure regulatory effectiveness. I mean, it is hugely exciting, but we will be all in a board meeting the 3 days they're having it. It's in Maryland in September, but I'll make sure that staff goes and can report out being so impressed with the agenda. But then they are also hosting, as board member Callis emailed me last night, their international conference, Congress on Professional and Occupational Regulation in New Zealand in December 2025. And so, yeah, exactly. And so, so I wanted to share the opportunities that are out there, kind of the few that I've been to recently, and wanting you, I'll make sure that you have the organizations we're members of, so you can think on maybe where and when would be best for you to join. Any questions on that?
Can you repeat the one in Chicago? Because that's my hometown.
So that's the one that is August 27th. It's the annual meeting. And last year, a board member and 2 staff went with, and so it'll be great if you want to join. Great, you're welcome.
And then maybe we can email out to the board all the dates of the conferences for the rest of this year and next year.
That's the
And
goal.
we can all plan to go to New Zealand.
Yes.
And
I think the goal is to get you all of the organizations, and then the most upcoming ones I can highlight. It can be hard to find every single one and outward, but I'll do my best to get most of them. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
I have a question. Are we a member of FARB?
What is that one?
Federation of Association of Regulatory Boards?
I wonder if we are. Yeah.
I think my understanding is, I think possibly, I know that I have attended a FARB conference on behalf of the board in the past, so I think there is something there, but we'd have to double check that.
Yeah, and I get reminders of something expiring and then renew, so maybe that's one that I haven't had to get on my radar. And well, if you've gone to a conference, it's probably been with staff, so I'll make sure that we remain one. Remind me again.
FARB.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. I am going to, let's see. Some of these have motion, some of them don't. Let me go to okay, this one doesn't. Okay, so you know why? I'm supposed to have I made notes on something that there isn't a memo. And so let me do ones that I just have my notes on that you don't have a memo, if that's okay. So I don't have to go back and get my full packet. Okay. So I'll share that and look up their conferences as well. Okay, so I'm gonna jump to I might be missing one. No, actually, it just doesn't have a typo on it. Sorry, I was making notes late last night about all the things that I wanted to share with you all. So I'm going to jump to the executive director listening tour. It's notes, it's not a memo, it's not a motion. So in 2 days, it's going to be 9 months that I joined the Oregon State Board of Nursing as the executive director. And at the time, and still feel this way, I pledged to the board, I pledged to the staff, nurses, stakeholders, and Oregonians that I would work daily to solve big and small problems. And I know a leadership transition can cause anxiety and uncertainty among staff and stakeholders. So I really immersed myself in comprehending the board's strengths and weaknesses and identifying areas for improvements to make informed decisions and effectively navigate the challenges ahead. And I knew in the first 90 days, I had to prioritize meeting with every employee in the agency, as their input would really lend to the success of the agency. And I learned a lot during these meetings. I tried not to solve all the problems that were being raised, and that was difficult for me, but I just listened. And I listened to 58 staff one-on-ones, and it provided compelling insight into the process and identified areas that required immediate attention and opportunities for growth. And then while conducting those one-on-ones, I met with every board member one-on-one, past and present, really to build relationships and to hear from you all of your visions. So now that I've been here 9 months, I think the next and final phase of this leadership transition is connecting with and listening to the community. And I had originally planned, and I even wrote about in the Sentinel, that I really wanted the board to get out across the state. How do we get to rural Oregon, the Southern Oregon, Eastern Oregon, the coast? But I realized that was a lot to ask of all of us in the first year. So I think the best thing we'll do to be okay with not having that lofty goal, although it is something I hope we can discuss in September at our strategic planning, really how we might be able to do that in 2025 to increase our transparency and accessibility. But I'm really hoping that I can take a week in July to hear from the community the way that I heard from staff and board. We have partners in rural Oregon at universities, community colleges, hospitals, long-term care facilities. And I know they want the opportunity to share with the board the things that they're thinking about. So the goal will be to meet with as many key stakeholders as possible and to ask questions, hear concerns, identify barriers, and build rapport. And the goal of the listening tour really is just to listen. But I wanted to make sure you all were comfortable with that, as well as give me anything that you feel that I should focus on during that listening tour.
For me, having spoken with people in rural settings, it's a really different context. And so finding out from them, are we addressing the things that are most important to them? Because most of us are from the population centers.
I know one of the big things that we've talked about frequently after the last board made the hard decision to withdraw from HPSP, but our alternatives to discipline, which we have a presentation later today about. I know we hear from people all the time about the lack that we don't have it currently. We are working on it, but I'd like to hear the public's thoughts on what they think that program should look like.
Anything else?
One thing I wonder more about is staffing issues across the state, how what the board's role is with listening and how we can try to use that.
And that's a interesting one because historically, workforce wasn't seen as anything that the board addressed. And looking at the agendas of the upcoming conferences, it really is trying to figure out what is the role potentially. So I think there'll be exciting conversations about that.
One more thing related to that, the trend I've been noticing, with the increase in agency and travel kind of nurses and also the complaints we're getting and just trying to think about what, what the connections are there or how we can do that.
Thanks.
I have one thought. I don't know if it's something that you can bring out at the community level, but as a nurse, I feel that we are in our own individual areas of practice. I know that we have organizations that support us, like OHCA for myself in the industry that I'm at. We internet so well with other and network within the hospital, hospice groups within just what I work with. But it would be nice to see what can we do to bridge that where we are all one, whether that's a conference, whether that's how do we get out there to know, yes, it's the hospital that brings back residents to me. I may have to work now with a hospice organization, but I always feel like most of us are on our islands doing our day-to-day work. So how would that help in the public's eye or out there in the community setting?
Yeah, thank you. And I know that Washington Board of Nursing partnered with some of these other organizations and really did kind of a well-being conference. And it is something that I have on my list. So I think it is a great opportunity while I'm on this to think on that. Well, I'm assuming you all support listening tour and doing that since you're giving me all these ideas. Okay. Okay.
I'd be curious to know the perception of joining the Nurse Compact.
Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, when policy analyst Gretchen brought it up, there has been past presentations on that, and it seems like it's something I can also make sure from the past executive director, we can do that again too, and I can use some of the information.
Yeah, because I feel like from a public protection standpoint, having perhaps joining the contract would bring us more nurses.
And actually, one of the things that the board president has asked me to ensure there's a presentation on in June is the nurse ratio bill. That is believed to potentially bring workforce here if it is something that falls into the place the way some hope, but we don't know. We also, it's all just falling into place. So President Green asked me to invite some people here to talk about the rules and what's happening out there.
The one last thing I would like is if we could talk to the public is what's the perception about what's keeping people from coming into nursing? Is it they can't get into the schools? Is it test scores? They keep getting booted out because they have low scores? Is it inability to pass what is it that is helping or hindering us from getting back up to our pre-COVID licensing numbers?
I think one
And
of the
they're-
things I've said is I've noticed in our package somewhere severe nursing faculty burnout and severe shortage. So I would like to hear what people out there in the community, what kind of concerns they have and what is the board's role in easing that shortage, because that's probably one of the reasons why qualified candidates for nursing program, pre-licensure program could not get in.
Yeah, and I'm excited that later today you'll hear from policy analyst Laura Blackhurst on some of the stuff. And then as the executive director, I get called to kind of some of the discussions happening at the legislature on this, was in them when I was a legislator. And I think it is that $1 million question. And I think we know the answers. It's just getting people to get there. And then on that, sometimes we'll get calls because the task forces are hearing from people with national data versus our Oregon data. And I'm really connecting them with Oregon Center of Nursing data, given that is the kind of partnership through Oregon State Board of Nursing. But yeah, that is the $1 million question. I think you all have given me a lot to kind of organize, to start with presenting the biggest topics the board wants to hear about. If you all think of other ones, you can let me know. And I've already have an idea of how I will bring hospital systems, long-term care, universities, colleges, and then potentially even the senator and representative representing that area for really just coming together and listening to the community.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Executive Director Prusak. We will break 4 minutes early for lunch. And then we have a presentation scheduled to start at 12:30.
Recording stopped.
Executive Director Prusak.
So I hope everybody had a good lunch. Welcome back. So the original, before we had changed our date of our board meeting, the goal was for this presentation to be done by Corey live. We have a recording specifically for the Oregon board. And this is about the Lorna Breen Foundation work. I'm not sure how many people here already know about this, but you will learn about what prompted this work and the American Medical Association really took lead on getting medical associations, and boards to do work to remove the mental health questions that come with the applications. And so Oregon Medical Board actually was a leader on this throughout the country, and I've been in contact with their executive director on this work. Thankfully, National Council State Board of Nursing has elevated this as a priority, as well as the American Nurse Association. And so as soon as I could, I jumped on the opportunity to inform the board about this opportunity that I hope we also take seriously and follow the good work that the Oregon Medical Board did. I know many of us that were on the front lines during COVID, including myself, were people who were really impacted. Our mental health was impacted. And on that note, I am gonna just kick it over to Corey.
Hi, everyone. Corey Feist here from the Dr. Lorna Breen Heroes Foundation. Really thrilled to share with you this work that we have helped to lead across the country in removing overly invasive questions about prior mental health treatment and diagnosis from thousands of applications for licensed health workers across the country. I'm going to share with you a few slides just to give you some background, and you certainly can have copies of all of this if you don't already have them in front of you today. We began our work in the summer of 2020 following the passing of my sister-in-law, Dr. Lorna Breen, an emergency medicine physician in New York City. Lorna was very concerned that the singular mental health treatment that she obtained following taking care of COVID patients and how overwhelmed she felt by doing that, and the repercussions on her license for getting mental health treatment really resulted in her choosing to end her life at the age of 49. And what this did for me as a healthcare executive at that point was open my eyes to a whole world out there of hidden in plain sight mental health needs that were not being met by health workers because of their concerns around the structural stigma associated with getting mental health care. Our foundation is here to reduce the burnout of health professionals and safeguard their professional well-being and job satisfaction. And while we have doctor in the name of our organization, we are here for all licensed health workers. And one whom I want to point to you is Tristan Smith. Now, Tristan was a nurse in Oregon. You may know her story. She wasn't even 30 years old when she died recently by suicide, and left a note which, in speaking with her father recently, highlighted the concerns that she had about this abusive relationship between her employer and her. And one of the things that Tristan's dad shared with me was that she was very concerned in Ohio about what would happen if she did anything about her mental health needs. She clearly needed mental health treatment. She also needed a new working environment. As you can see from this quote, she says, "I no longer feel like you care about me or the people to whom you say you serve. When we dare to think we are finally going to get the love and support we deserve, we get a pizza party and free pens for the healthcare heroes." Tristan's story is one of many tragic stories which have ended in suicide, which not only impact the families, the loved ones of those who die by suicide, but the lack of getting mental health treatment certainly has negative patient consequences as well. So we are here as a foundation for all licensed health workers, nurses, physicians, pharmacists, and everyone in between. As I said, our journey began by really focusing on how we get rid of these overly invasive questions. And so one of the reasons why we have to do that now more than ever is that the healthcare workforce is in a mental health crisis. In fact, in October of 2023, the CDC published a document that identified in their monthly publication that compared to any other segment of workforce, health workers in particular have a worse state of mental health than any other class of workers. What they identified was that harassment was up twice that of pre-pandemic. Burnout is up to almost 50% across all workforce. And intent to leave is very, very high. As you know, in the nursing profession alone, we lost 100,000 100,000 nurses during the pandemic, with another estimated 900,000 estimated to leave the profession in the next decade. So we cannot afford to lose any more nurses. And this is one of the ways that we can put our arms around the nurses and say, we care about you, we see you, we understand you as a human before we gave you this accolade as hero. So let's talk a little bit about these barriers to mental health access. We know that there are at least 6 that exist that uniquely apply to licensed health workers. They are licensing and credentialing questions, which are overly invasive and ask about prior mental health treatment and diagnosis. They are commercial insurance credentialing. They are malpractice credentialing. They are, in some states, the legal discovery process, which allows a nurse's mental health medical record to be exempt from HIPAA and subpoenaed by a plaintiff in, for example, a malpractice case. Or finally, in the health plan that is designed by health systems, which often incense their own workforce to exclusively use their health system services. We know by speaking to the widows of those who have died by suicide, who are so burdened by the internal stigma of just seeing their own colleagues in and out of mental health, that we know that health employers need to give their workforce another outlet to obtain mental health treatment because that stigma is so real. In many cases, when health workers, doctors, nurses, and others are asked, why is it that you don't get mental health treatment for your burnout, for your formal mental health conditions? They repeatedly talk about this stigma, whether that be the cultural stigma around, say, depression or mental health, saying something negative about them, or this structural stigma, which is really these fears that the licensing boards will find out and then there will be some perceived negative consequences. So we know that these continue year over year to rise to the top of the list. The good news here, friends, is that there is something that we all in this room today can do about it, and that's what we're going to talk about. In case you were wondering here, in terms of this particular subject, we are trying to accelerate solutions, and one of the ways we've done that is to partner with members of Congress. In 2023, 3 notable U.S. senators, you'll notice one is from Oregon, wrote letters to the Department of Justice saying there are overly invasive questions being asked in licensing applications. This one was focused on physicians, but they're asking about prior mental health treatment and diagnosis. And we believe that these are violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act and therefore need to be enforced by you, DOJ. Well, DOJ responded to that and said that it is clear that intrusive inquiries about an applicant's mental health history run afoul of the ADA. You can't get literally more black and white of a response than that. And what they say is, to that end, if you're aware of anyone who's been subjected to this type of discriminatory licensing inquiry, encourage them to contact us and file a complaint with us. So we know that this is top of mind for DOJ. We know that this is top of mind for important members of Congress. Now, it's also top of mind across the healthcare industry. In the past year and a half, the American Hospital Association has published their first suicide prevention guide that identified 3 key drivers of suicide across all the spectrum of healthcare workers. And what you'll see right there, the very first one listed, is stigma associated with behavioral health disorders and the fear of losing your license. So we know that this not only is just a barrier for treatment, but it also is a driver of suicide. And so in this room today, hopefully you'll lock arms with our foundation and use the tools that we're going to give to you to change that in your state. In case you're wondering what the Joint Commission says, what the Surgeon General says, everyone is basically echoing this same exact refrain, which is stop asking questions about prior mental health diagnosis and treatment. In terms of the national conversation, the American Medical Association has a Joy in Medicine program which recognizes hospital systems. Their 2024 program criteria include this now. The Impact Wellbeing Campaign, which is a CDC NIOSH campaign, which we just launched in March of 2024, has hospital leaders and state licensing boards looking at these overly invasive questions. In terms of Massachusetts as a leading state on this, they've locked arms across their licensing boards, their health plans, their hospitals. They've removed these questions. The National Center for Quality Assurance, NCQA, has clarified you don't need to ask prior questions around substance use. The National Association of Medical Staff Services, or NAMS, has revised their 2024 guidelines for credentialing and peer reference forms, again to align with our recommendations. This is the joint statement that we issued almost a year ago with NIOSH as part of a pre-launch to that campaign, and you'll see that specifically when referring to these questions in the context of credentialing applications, what NIOSH is saying is they were often added with good intent to protect public and mitigate risk. However, there is no data demonstrating that these questions actually do that. And it's well documented that they often lead to health workers not seeking care, which was the case in my sister-in-law's case, as well as Tristan's that we highlighted earlier. So where are we? What we've done as a foundation is we've created a nationwide toolkit, a nationwide champions challenge that we call it, for licensing boards such as yourself to use our 3 steps and follow your questions into one of 3 categories. The first is if you're going to ask questions about prior mental health diagnosis or treatment, or I shouldn't say prior, I should say if you want to ask questions about mental health diagnosis and treatment, limit them to current mental health diagnosis and treatment. Another option is to not ask questions at all. Or a third would be to do what states like North Carolina and Mississippi do, which is to ask the applicants for an attestation that they're taking care of themselves, because the states of North Carolina and Mississippi recognize that there's a direct nexus between patient care and the quality of mental health care that is being taken by the workforce themselves. So those are the 3 choices, if you will, that we've given licensing boards as well as hospitals when they look at these for credentialing questions. What we ask you to do is 3 simple steps to audit your current questions. Those are your initial application, your renewal application, as well as any peer reference forms. Change them using the toolkit that we've provided. We have a myriad of examples of how we see these questions pop up and what the before and after looks like for that. So this will be a pretty straightforward process for you. And then the most important part of the process, and it comes with tragic results in our family's case. My sister-in-law never was subjected to these questions in New York State as a physician, but she didn't know the facts. She assumed that she would be asked these questions. And whenever we talk to nurses, doctors, pharmacists, etc., we know that they believe, because they're just programmed over and over again through their training to believe that there are negative consequences for getting mental health treatment. And so what we need to do here is not just audit, not just change, but we must communicate, so we don't have any more Tristan Smiths, no more Lorna Breens that fall on the wrong side of this issue. Give you a little bit of a window in terms of our progress and how fast we've been able to do this. Understand this is a map of licensing for physicians, and I'm going to get to nursing in a second, but just to show you where we began this journey on the medical side of this. As of November 8th, 2022, 19 state medical boards had audited their questions. And what you'll see in the dark shaded states is those states had questions that were compliant with our recommendations. And so therefore we awarded this 2023 Champions Challenge badge. This is a badge that we want states to proudly display so that the workforce knows what the rules are. So we had 19 when we began this work. We are now well over 26, and we just actually updated this map last week, and I'm sorry I didn't update this for the slide, but Tennessee is now the 27th state. You can see for medical licensing, Oregon as well is compliant with our recommendations. But you can also see below that as of September, only 13 states that we've been able to identify refrain from asking these questions. And what you'll notice from looking at that, sorry, I'm going to go back, is that on the nursing front in those 13 states, we have yet to award badges to those 13 states because we do not have complete sets of applications. We actually have just awarded the first 2 states, that being Mississippi and that being Nebraska, because they were able to submit those questions. So we haven't even built a map yet to show nursing licensing. And so we're really honored to be partnering with you all in hopes that you'll use this 3-step toolkit and make the changes to bring your nursing colleagues in line with what is being asked of the medical profession in your state. So here's the link to use a QR code. Feel free to scan this. This will take you to our free toolkit. It will also show you instructions when you make the changes on how to upload all 3 of those sets of forms, initial, renewal, and the peer reference forms. Please upload those. We want to take a quick look at them because we know that sometimes there are errors that are made. And so from a consistency perspective, we will take a look at those. We're happy to work with you as a state on any questions that you might have. And then we are thrilled to be able to award you this badge, help you with the communications, really highlight your leadership in this as you all endeavor to try to create an environment where your nursing workforce can really thrive. Those are all the slides I have for you today. I really am so grateful for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person or live, I should say, but I look forward to additional conversations, and please let us know how we can help from the Dr. Lorna Breen Heroes Foundation. Have a great day.
All right. That was great.
So we have a little less than 10 minutes, so we stay on time for our public forum. Just to discuss this, I can share what I've done and then open it up for direction from you all. So as I mentioned, actually, let me take a step back. When I thought about applying for this job, I was told that's not nurse advocacy. Like, you can't bring your nurse advocacy to that role. You have to be so careful. Maybe that's not, it's not going to be the right fit, and be careful. And I thought really long and hard about that, like what that meant. Like, how can the director of the Board of Nursing not advocate for the profession? I get it. Our main mission is to protect the public. And what I was wrestled with and got over, and of course applied, and here I am, it kind of came to light at the recent National Council State Board of Nursing meeting, because they said clearly, and it might be for the first time they've done this, nurse wellness is public protection. And it was huge. And I felt more than ever that I was exactly where I'm supposed to be in life. And I'm glad that I am. And I'm glad that I think with National Council making that statement, boards of nursing across the country heard it. And here we are. While I was there, I did connect with some of the directors who are already in this process. And as you can see, I've reached out to Corey. Brandy and I met with Corey. It's so hard to talk to someone who's spending all of their time because they lost a loved one to suicide. But he, repeatedly said, this is the work that I can do now to make sure others don't go through it. So I did take the step to audit our questions. And of course, we ask all of the mental health questions for those of you who have done an application recently. And have filled out kind of the initial forms that the Laura Breen Foundation requests, and to look at the questions. So the next step would be really hearing from the board about direction and thoughts about what was just presented to you, and if we want to continue down that next step.
I think it speaks volumes. Having worked during the pandemic, working with patients who didn't make it, working with staff members who didn't make it due to COVID, dealing with that stress, I can tell you our health care and wellness is paramount to public safety, because if you're worrying about, you know, your best friend just passed away from either suicide or from a disease they got at work, I mean, that's hard to focus on your patient when that's in your mind. I think we should probably do another Sentinel article. I know we did one a while ago about mental health care and taking care of yourself. And I also think following up with them, either changing our questions to current mental health or not ask that question at all. I mean, we want our people to seek the help, get the help they need so they can help take care of patients. I don't think any of us want our friends, our coworkers, our providers worrying about their mental health while they're trying to care for us or others.
I think it's a great idea. I think that the mental health stigma is something that we got over the physical health kinds of things. Like, we don't ask somebody if they have diabetes. It could possibly affect your nursing care if you're, severely hypoglycemic or something, but we don't ask those kinds of questions. And but I think mental health is that stigma and the moral I don't know, whatever around it so anyways, I'm a huge fan, and I have gone to funerals of two amazing nurses who I trained, and I don't ever want to do that. And it's related to these kinds of, this is a hard job, and if you aren't able to get the mental health help you need, then so anyways, I'm very much in favor.
I have a comment. If I tell you a little bit about this, you would probably guess my age, but when I started in nursing, there was a severe shortage. 3 years ago, working through the pandemic and losing elderly and helping them get through that really rocked me to the core. I turned around and I wondered, where did everybody go? That was shocking enough. I lost 3 friends in the battle of this. So when I come to this board meeting, I have to tell you, I take vacation days. Some people question why I take a vacation day. This truly is a vacation for me because of things like this that I watch. So I am so thankful to be on the board, to be part of this, and to be part of what we just saw and make changes, because I think we ultimately, when I look back at a nursing shortage, I won't tell you the years again, but when I look back to that shortage, that was nothing compared to what we just went through these last 3 years. So I really appreciate that you bring this to the front of what we can do and how it will impact so many healthcare workers out there.
I was almost thinking if I forgot what I was going to say, but I really appreciate this. I think it's very helpful. For some reason, I feel like I really do appreciate the attestation part of it, because it shows that we value it. We want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. We're not just totally we're not asking you personal questions, but we want you to say, I know something is wrong. I am taking care of it. That's on our part to ensure that we make sure that our nurses out there are taking care of themselves.
Piggyback right on that, because I had a similar thought, and something that I'd learned as a clinician years ago was the importance of the questions I ask. I think half the questions I ask isn't to find information, but to plant a seed. And it's, I think in all the work we do, it's important to reflect on what is the seed we're looking to plant here. And I love that idea that it presented, not even just removing the stigma, but planting a seed for something.
And one question I have, do we have the mental health resource guides on our website already? I know we talked about it.
I love this question, Mr. President, because, well, first, Linda, thank you for sharing that. I only recently could start sharing stories about what I experienced during COVID on the front lines without crying. I get it very deeply. And then all the guilt that comes with leaving practice after it and all of that. But again, it brought me here. So speaking to your question, so we don't currently, but I have a meeting coming up bringing our Oregon Center of Nursing, Oregon Nurses Association, and a few other kind of national resources that I've learned about to support nurses virtually in this work. And the goal would be to have a webinar and have it on our website, especially now where we are in this. We're not in an alternative discipline program. What is next? Thankfully, the Board of Nursing, voted to release money to the Oregon Wellness Program, which is a huge resource, but not everyone still knows about that. So they are also going to be part of the webinar. So really finding all of the partners in this work. And again, just to say, OSBN as a partner in this has to be very focused on their mission, which is protecting the public, but to also say, we believe nurse wellness is part of that. So that is a goal to do.
Yeah, because I think that's going to be incredibly helpful if you come to the website and be like, oh, there's a mental health or a mental wellness tab. Oh, they're not going to penalize me because I'm seeking help. They want me to get the help.
Yeah, and other boards are doing this too. So again, in that work of connecting with other EDs on what they are doing and how they got to the work and how we could potentially do it. So for the sake of time, as I mentioned, I started this groundwork, connected with Corey. It sounds like there's direction to come back and say, these are the options. Let's take a vote of what is next step. And then I know that there's several steps to the process and hopefully, have this done sometime by the end of the year.
Absolutely. All right. Were there any additional people for public forum other than the list I got this morning? Okay. I want to remind everyone present, each speaker will have 5 minutes. The board will listen, but we will not deliberate or discuss any comments that are said during public session. And I'm just going to go down the list that I have here. We'll start with Dr. Lori Chesley from Central Oregon Community College.
Holding down this?
Yes, the entire time.
Okay. I'm not good with technology in general. I confess it. So thank you for the instruction. And thank you very much on behalf of COCC and our healthcare partners. I really appreciate the Oregon State Board of Nursing letting us speak to you today. We've traveled here to share our serious concerns about Sumner College's approved request to bring their BSN degree to Central Oregon. We're asking the board to reconsider its approval of Sumner's request so that Sumner, COCC, and our healthcare partners can have the opportunity to discuss their proposal in terms of the best interest of all nursing and allied health students in the region. At the least, we're asking the board to set an enrollment limit for the Sumner program of no more than 8 students for the time being. We're not here petitioning you because we're not collaborative partners who want the best for our community. Rather, I hope that the message that you hear today is that Central Oregon's strong existing collaborative partnerships are at risk because of Sumner College's plan. This year, our nursing program celebrates its 70th anniversary. We now graduate 52 RN students per year from our Bend campus, and will now add another 8 RN graduates per year once our Madras campus nursing program opens in early 2026. We also will begin offering an RN to BSN program as part of a collaborative of 6 community colleges that has formed as a result of SB 523, allowing community colleges to offer the BSN.
That program is on course to begin in fall 2025. We understand that Sumner intends to bring to Central Oregon 2 cohorts of 24 students for a total of 48 students a year. This plan isn't sustainable, and we believe it's ill-advised for several reasons. Bringing Sumner's large nursing program into a smaller community that already has an established RN program, an accelerated BSN program offered by OHSU beginning this summer, and an RN to BSN program beginning in fall 2025 will overwhelm the infrastructure that's needed to sustain the programs. When OHSU wanted to bring their accelerated BSN program to our region beginning this summer, they reached out directly to us and to local healthcare employers. We dialogued at length to create a mutually beneficial partnership that put our service to our employers and students first. Sumner College hasn't done that at this point. Sumner's initial application also used outdated data to assess Central Oregon's need for additional nursing programs and its capacity to support those programs. COCC is proud of its long history of being responsive to the healthcare needs of the region and to collaborating to meet those needs in the way that was in the best interest of students and employers. We don't want to jeopardize that history, and we're asking you to prioritize letting us continue to do this important work. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. We'll move on to Carmen Inguli. Inguli.
Probably Inguli, so.
Hello, my name is Carmen Inguli. I'm the Nursing Department Chair at Central Oregon Community College, or COCC, and I urge you to please amend your approval of Sumner College's Central Oregon BSN expansion to a reasonable cohort size of maximum 8 students. I've been a registered nurse since 2004 and a nurse educator in Oregon since 2010. Since relocating to Bend from Portland over 6 years ago, I've taught in hybrid BSN program, worked as a labor and delivery nurse at the St. Charles Family Birth Center, and in 2020 accepted a full-time position as nursing faculty at COCC. I share this background so that it might highlight the perspective I bring as a practicing nurse, as well as a nurse educator in Central Oregon, who's working side by side with our nursing students in theory classes, lab, and clinical. I'm connected with the nurse preceptors in our community and am acutely aware that one of the reasons our clinical site partners continue to work with COCC nursing students is because they know it is a direct investment in their community. COCC follows a train and retain model that's critical to Central Oregon's healthcare system. The college only accepts in-district nursing students in order to train and retain our graduates to work in Deschutes, Jefferson, and Crook County communities. Investing in our in-district students this way is crucial to the ongoing and future health of our community, especially in rural areas. I am concerned about the burden that Sumner College program will exacerbate for nursing faculty as well as nursing preceptors in Central Oregon. As this board knows all too well, finding and retaining nursing faculty is already difficult. Nurses can earn significantly higher wages in the healthcare industry than they can in higher education. And with Central Oregon being a rural community with an incredibly high cost of living, COCC must work mindfully to hire and retain nursing faculty. One example of creatively responding to challenges with finding clinical instructors is the partnership with St. Charles Health System, who will share 1 to 2 of their nurses at the rural Madras Hospital to teach clinical for the COCC Madras expansion of 8 student cohort starting fall of 2025 or winter 2026. As a local community college, I'm worried about competing with for faculty with a private college whose lab simulation and clinical instructors would likely need to live locally due to the hands-on nature of the learning activities. There are a limited number of qualified nurse educators living in Central Oregon, so Sumner College would be competing to hire from the same small pool as the established programs already serving the region. The local nurse preceptors are already maxed out, and clinical partners struggle to find preceptors to take the students who are already enrolled. It would have a negative impact on preceptors' workloads, stress levels, and willingness to accept future nursing students to add the large number Sumner College is requesting to clinical rotations. COCC utilizes the majority of our current clinical sites to the greatest extent allowable in areas including long-term care, acute care, mental health facilities, hospice, surgical centers, and community-based clinics. Yet even with the clinical affiliations we have now, it has become increasingly challenging to place our growing number of students in clinical and capstone placements. Not only for our nursing program, but also for our 25 medical assistants and 80 to 90 nursing assistants in clinical each year. Even if Sumner College plans their clinical on weekends, there will remain a profound, unsustainable impact on the hospital system's overall volume of student placements. Members of the Oregon State Board of Nursing, on behalf of COCC, our students, and our faculty, I urge you to please amend your approval of Sumner College's Central Oregon BSN expansion to a reasonable cohort size of maximum 8 students, so the college, St. Charles, and our regional partners can engage in meaningful dialogue and planning with Sumner prior to their expansion into our region. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to Dr. Joanne Ching.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Joan Ching. I work as the Chief Nurse Executive at St. Charles Health System, and I'm here to speak to you today as both a partner in the preparation of nurses in Central Oregon, as well as the largest employer of nurses in the region. While I applaud Sumner University's response to OCN's recommendation, to expand nursing educational capacity in rural areas, and particularly, I'm really alarmed to see their proposal to open a second BSN degree program in the size that they intend. I'm asking the board to modify approval of their proposal and limit its initial cohort size from 24 to 8. The number of 48 is just impossible for St. Charles and for this area of Bend, Deschutes County, et cetera. The number is simply really not needed quite yet, and I'll explain why. It will not only hurt us, but the very students that Sumner seeks to educate. And so I'm just going to share a couple of inside scoops to Central Oregon in terms of our need for nurses, as well as our capacity to train. For my first point, the Central Oregon population, if you haven't been there lately, it's a lot less. It's about 1/10 the size of the Portland area. And that's including all the citizens in the 6 largest communities of Bend, Redmond, Pineville, Madras, Sisters, and Lapine. So accordingly, our needs as the largest health system in the area are much less than in the greater Portland area. It's not to say that we don't need nurses, but thankfully, since we've been recovering from COVID and the economic trauma to healthcare, our nurse vacancy rate is now at 5 to 6%. About a year ago, we had 120 travelers, and I'm really happy to say that this week we're down to 20. So again, with our vacancy rate at 5 to 6%, which is far lower than what Sumner based its application on, we just really need to realize that there's a delicate ecosystem in Central Oregon about how we prepare and employ nurses. And we do this in a way of really partnering with our community, our educational partners, as well as other clinics and other skilled nursing facilities, rehab systems, et cetera, so that we can really ensure the student success. And I don't want to be perceived as exclusive to COCC or OHSU or anywhere, because you need to realize we have many, many nurses as well as allied health in remote programs who require clinical time in our acute care setting. So I just want you to remember to think about, like, maybe a while back, especially for me, when you were a nursing student, do you remember how nervous you were, and it was really important that you were wanted and that you had the most supportive environment? That's what we want to keep for any nursing student or allied health student in the Central Oregon area. All right, so this brings me to my second point about training capacity. So really, neither St. Charles nor any other healthcare site listed on Sumner's proposal can accommodate the number of BSN students that they seek to bring. You know that we are the largest health system or the largest Central Oregon hospital that can provide acute care experiences. We had over 570 students at our largest hospital in Bend last year. To manage the demand for student rotations, we actually forecast month by month how many students we can have at each campus and on what shift, including the weekend. So it's not with any, I'm not exaggerating to say that when I communicated to Sumner that we could take no more than 8 students, that wasn't an exaggeration. I was very clear that those 8 students would be scattered or distributed amongst our 4 hospitals, and that not all 8 would be at one hospital. So my concern is that I'm not sure how the instructors would be able to supervise those students in a geographic area that's, about 45 minutes in one direction from each hospital. All right, so finally, I think, in speaking with some other Central Oregon sites that are listed on the Sumner College proposal, they're actually surprised at being listed. Had it not been for this board's agenda, I would not have known that the proposal was coming for a vote. So finally, this just leads me to reiterate President Chesley's disappointment that Sumner's College's leadership hasn't engaged in meaningful dialogue with me as the chief nurse executive. And I have not heard from them since I've spoken to the presidents prior to the February board meeting. I would also say that given that their information is based on old data and with our recovery with our nursing workforce, I'm concerned that approving more than 8 students per cohort is actually going to fall on the backs of the Sumner students themselves. And that they're not going to get the clinical experiences that they are hoping for. So I really ask you as the board, I know that your primary duty is to ensure the well-being of the patients that are served in Oregon, but it is also to regulate the delivery of nursing education within the state of Oregon. And so I'm asking you to reconsider your February decision and limit Sumner College's initial cohort size from 24 to 8. Thank you again for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, well, our final currently signed up is Nicholas Lamont.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nick. I'm 42 years old. I've been working in healthcare for 20 years now, 6 years as a CNA, 14 years as a nurse. Half of that time as a nurse, I've been in the ICU. In the ICU, there was more of an understanding of consequences and trade-offs, more understanding of how poor policies can have severe consequences to everyone involved and point back at the people implementing them. This raised the bar of quality almost naturally. I got to see up close that thin line between life and death and how decisions by people directly and indirectly involved could influence the outcome. The ICU in my experience was better because of this, but also full of problems. It could be very stressful, not being able to get good lunch breaks or regular breaks, being pushed to do more, and feeling like higher ups were so disconnected from the decisions they would implement. After working in the hospital for 12 years, I burned out. Next, I found a job working at a drug detox center that was just opening. The nursing supervisor quit on the first day, and I reluctantly took the position, never really wanting to be a manager. However, the idea of building a program from the ground up that was centered on efficiency and good patient care was intriguing. This was not a standalone position. I had to be a floor nurse plus a supervisor, meaning anything I implemented directly affected my workflow, giving me real-time data and being able to adjust for better outcomes. This would consistently show me how even small changes can have large downstream consequences. It became the most popular detox in Oregon based on Google reviews. However, I burned out here too, dealing with incompetent and lazy and unappreciative managers, always wanting me to do more with less, and an owner singularly focused on profit. Since then, that program has gone downhill. They offered a much larger sum of money and incentives to bring me back, which I turned down. It's hard for me to contribute to a system not focused on a reasonable quality of care, a system that trades off better outcomes for profit. So again, I've moved on. I started a new job closer to home, working in youth corrections. I worked on my birthday, March 26th, and also on the 27th. After coming home, I checked my email and found an email from the board saying my license expired. A sense of confused panic set in. I never missed this or most any other bill in my life. Going back, I found one email that in the subject line didn't lead me to believe that I needed to sign up for a new service and that it was an additional service. I assumed there was no way the OSBN wouldn't continue sending out automatic emails in this day and age. Because you don't need to renew your license as often as most any other bill in life, it's much easier for this to fall through the cracks, meaning more notifications are not only reasonable, but also safety concern. I called the next morning and was stunned that there was no reasonable explanation for this and a non-refundable $100 fee on top of that. The fact that I was told OSBN can't send out automatic email reminders, but they will send out automatic notifications that your license expired made no sense. This lit a fire under me like nothing else. I never believed that an organization that was supposed to look out for and advocate for nurses and the public would do the opposite. An expired license puts the nurse in the workplace at risk for enormous liability. It puts coworkers and the public at risk as well. If a nurse has to miss time to complete the renewal process, this means coworkers have to do more, which can contribute to more potential for burnout and medical errors. Most people are inundated with emails and many don't check their email daily. The potential for harm was just too immense and far-reaching to ignore. I was not going to let this issue slide. I was compelled to do everything in my power to try and fix this, or at least put pressure on the organization to make better decisions going forward. I even considered pursuing a class action lawsuit against the Board of Nursing for changing a process that definitely increased the amount of money they made, and by changing the system that harmed the public and licensed professionals they oversee. Sending out automatic email reminders is not a difficult thing. But first, I started by emailing Rachel. We had a few emails back and forth and then a nice Teams chat. She pretty much agreed with my concerns and expressed that I wasn't the only one to complain about this and told me this had already been remedied and assured me email reminders were reinstated. She also explained other things she was doing to make things better for nurses. I watched her speak on YouTube about the nursing profession on a local news channel, and all of these experiences convinced me and reassured me that she really cared and is an excellent person for this job. So ultimately, this issue is resolved. I'm glad, even if it cost me $100. My testimony today is to remind you the importance of doing your job and the far-reaching consequences of even small actions, and plead you to take it as seriously as I take being a nurse. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a few minutes. We're a little early. We're going to make sure our streaming and everything's back up and running. It looks like we're good. We are going to move back to Director Prusat. Wait, no, hang on. Pre-licensure education. By policy analyst Laura.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. I am Laura Blackhurst. I am the new pre-licensure nursing education policy analyst. Thank you. I'd like to first direct you to page 184 of your packet. You will find a memo with general school updates. Health and Educational Consultants LLC is closing effective December 31st, 2024. They are not currently accepting applicants and are teaching out their current students enrolled for re-entry education. As noted, they are one of 2 currently approved schools providing re-entry education for LPNs and RNs. 2 programs did not receive anticipated survey visits in 2023. I am happy to provide an update regarding Clackamas Community College. The survey that was not conducted in line with ASIN in 2023, October of 2023, was an additional survey from us to get our survey schedule in alignment with their ASIN accreditation schedule. And so their program is currently approved through January of 2025. At that ASIN visit in October of 2023, Clackamas Community College did not receive accreditation at that time. I have been in contact with their program and administrators regarding the areas of deficiency noted by ASIN, and I can confirm that they are in compliance with all standards for program approval as stated in OAR 851021. We currently have plans to survey Clackamas Community College on schedule in January of 2025. And Clackamas Community College has petitioned ASIN for reconsideration of their accreditation status. That decision is being made today. Finally, Klamath Community College was due for the self-study and survey in December 2023 regarding the initial approval of their practical nursing program. They had graduated their first cohort of students from that program. I have been working with their Dean of Nursing and Health Sciences to complete a self-study so that we can survey them to get their program that final approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Board members, any questions on this? All right.
I'd like to next direct you to page 185 of your packet. You will find an environmental scan with information gathered from annual program surveys. So this data is collected from all nursing programs using a survey from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. My presentation today is based off of a May 2023 report, which asked programs about operations mid-2022-2023 school year. The report for 2023 has not yet been generated, but I am hopeful to provide that information to you at an upcoming board meeting. As noted, responses to this survey came from 36 nursing programs, with each unique site, track, or program counted as a separate entity. At the time of this survey, 53% of our programs had a national nursing accreditation, and that is accreditation with either ASIN or CCNE. Several programs are candidate status for ASIN approval, so there are more in the pipeline to that national nursing accreditation. Across the state, schools responded, and we have many types of nursing programs represented, although there are significantly more registered nursing programs than practical nursing programs. Notably, almost half of our nursing programs are rural. Now, in terms of nursing faculty, programs reported that the mixture of full-time, part-time, and clinical adjunct faculty totaled just over 1,000 faculty members across the entire state. Now, our rules specify that the roles of nurse educator and nurse educator associates as two different positions, but it is a distinction based on the level of education and the experience of the faculty member. So for clarity, I aggregated those numbers here so that we are looking at a simple snapshot of how schools think of faculty in terms of, are they full-time, are they part-time, or are they adjunct? Now, of concern, 13 of our 36 programs reported having less than 35% full-time faculty. Now, this metric of 35% is an evidence-based quality indicator from NCSBN. When there is less than 35% full-time faculty, potentially there is not stability within a program, and it can indicate that a program is not adequately resourced to ensure student learning. And again, it is concerning that 1/3 of our programs are not meeting this threshold. Programs across the state reported a significant amount of faculty vacancies carrying over from the 2021-2022 school year, the vast majority of which are full-time faculty vacancies. And predominantly, schools are utilizing master's prepared faculty across the state. Again, there is some variance in our rules regarding educational preparation for faculty, whether they teach in a practical nursing program or a registered nursing program. Different institutions may also have different hiring priorities, particularly if they are offering an associate's degree versus a bachelor's degree. As noted on the following slide, 61% of our nursing programs reported undergoing major organizational change, with several programs having multiple of these events occur. This list of events is again based on evidence-based quality indicators that NCSBN uses to evaluate nursing programs. In this data, we see significant turnover of leadership directly of nursing programs, with schools also having their college and university leadership shift as well. With programs downsizing and losing faculty, most of those programs indicated that they downsized because they lost faculty. Meanwhile, as our schools are undergoing this major organizational change, there's a large discrepancy between the number of qualified applicants to these nursing programs and what the programs reported being able to graduate. Survey data indicated that the nursing practice experiences were a challenge for most schools. This is what we commonly think of as the clinical component of your nursing education. These numbers represent what schools reported in terms of the number of cohort requests that were denied and the number of final practicum placements that were denied. As indicated, some of these denials represent groups of 8 students. Some of these are one-to-one precepted experiences. These challenges with clinical placements are significant because they directly align with our standards for program approval in Division 21, which requires students to have direct care experience and a one-on-one final practicum. Difficulty in placements impacts the ability to increase the pipeline through nursing education if programs cannot guarantee secure clinical placements for students. Again, I am hopeful that at the next board meeting, I might be able to present the next annual report to look at trends in nursing education. I'm also happy to collect further data to just look at any other trends or changes within nursing education. And I'm also happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a question.
Let's go first.
Thank you for that information. I'm just curious, what's the degree requirement for the nursing faculty?
That would depend on whether they teach in a LPN program or an RN program. However, typically we're looking for a master's degree, although a nurse educator associate could teach with a bachelor's degree.
And Laura, just a point of clarification around that, and it's in order to be a full-time faculty in an RN program, you can get a waiver for a short time to have a bachelor's degree, but basically you have to have a master's degree or higher.
A nurse educator associate could have a bachelor's degree. They typically still would require some oversight from a nurse educator who's got the training in education and curriculum.
Thank you. So based on these numbers, do you think that there are sufficient clinical placements in the state to expand? I don't know if you can answer this, but expand pre-licensure programs or add new ones?
I know that in my short tenure here with the board. Yes, no, I've been here 6 weeks, and one of the things I've been trying to do in that 6 weeks is get to know as many different programs as I can, or at least talk to different programs around the state. And I would say that nearly every program has expressed concerns over clinical placements, regardless of what corner of the state they are in.
I have two comments. One, we were talking about this at lunch. So either we need to redo lunch because I'm shocked at some of the numbers here. Thanks for putting that together. Secondly, I know it was Pink Day. I have to applaud you for your pink shoes.
With this data and over the last few public sessions we've had, we've seen the growing concern over clinical placement. We keep hearing in our surveys that we get, I mean, you weren't here for the last public session, or you might have been on board, but you weren't here this part yet. We are hearing that. If we could, I'd like to direct the board staff to look into our placement, how we go about it, how we go about what capacity we have for approving new programs, and all the other intricacies that go along with this cohort, because this data showing that we had over 1,000, probably 1,500 placements between cohorts and final practicums that couldn't be met throughout the state. I think it would be good if we could bring it back to one of our next public sessions with the area, why they're not being able to hit those. Is it placement issue? Is it faculty issue? What's leading to these, the inability for these areas?
Mr. President, I am happy to look into that data. I can share that in terms of placements, there is a consortium that operates in this area that helps to manage the clinical placements in a lot of the acute care settings. And so I'm hoping to connect with them to gather some data. It is pretty specific to the greater Portland area, but they might be able to provide some data about this area, which I think is very heavy on nursing programs.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to get all that data, not just for Portland, not just for the rural areas, but see what everyone's experiencing, because these numbers just, to me, they seem to be going up from what they were presented last public session to this public session. If my memories keeping up with me, they're just increasing the amount of placements we're not able to provide to these nursing students.
I would like to add that one of the challenges we see in nursing education is that there's not a known metric or standard to measure clinical capacity. And so I'm happy to look into if there's any resources from NCSBN, but I do worry that there's not an easy way to think about this.
Board President Green, thank you so much. You were thinking along the same lines as me. Some of the things that I was wondering is, I wonder if we could, ask NCSBN to, like, what are other states doing to deal with this? Because when I got access to the NCSBN website, I was very excited and I love data. So I went into their nursing education, and 80% of state boards of nursing are dealing with this issue. And it's limited the amount of students that they can take. So I'm sure that there are other people thinking about this. I'm also wondering if we could also, would it be, I don't know if this is possible, but would it be possible to ask when like health systems support expanding or new programs, would it be possible for them to say, hey, we can take this many additional students? Because I feel like they would have the ability to forecast that probably better than some, although it would be great if we had some sort of a tool where it could just find that out.
So were you, just for clarification, were you saying when new programs apply, stating I have partnerships with X, Y, and Z, each one of them says, okay, partnered with Good Samaritan, they say they can support 6 students, and Avamere says they can support 3 students, and have new programs list out, or when programs are requesting to increase, list out how many their partnered clinician sites can accommodate when asking for increases or new programs?
I want to also clarify that in our rules, when a program is establishing itself as a new program for approval, we do look to, do you have contracts with clinical partners? However, we have different processes for approval if a school is adding an extended site.
Mr. President, also just a point of clarification is that, and has been spoken to today, we assume goodwill and good intent on the products that these schools produce for us, saying that they have negotiated those agreements and that they do have these spaces. But perhaps we could further validate that in some way to ensure that that is accurate information.
All right, thank you. You have something, Marcus?
Yeah, one simple tool that I think would help me visualize where the nursing schools are geographically, and to kind of think, superimpose to your question earlier, the president's question about like what the need is depending on the geographic area and the population there. I think that would help us to digest if there's parts of the state that maybe are oversaturated or underserved for nursing school.
Do we have an actual data bank where people or hospitals, long-term hospices, all of those entities would sign into and then could be?
Not to my knowledge.
That'd be really helpful though, if one was ever made. Everybody could say, hey, we got 6 spots over here.
I know, I bet you across the country, people getting their PhD or DNP are probably looking at this right now, but we need it now. We want it now.
Any other questions?
I was just gonna comment on what Dr. Wickenhagen had said, that I think that's a great idea. Because when you create partnership, if your partner can say, I validate that I will be able to support this number of people, and you can use this when you go to the board.
Other discussion or?
So is this the official discussion time?
Yes.
Or, okay.
For this particular stuff.
So I just wanted to, I just want to say that like I had, after the last meeting, I'd reached out to Director Prusak, because I have been a nurse educator for 20 years, and I am very aware of the clinical placement and faculty limitations on nursing programs and quality nursing education in the state. So I just really appreciate you putting this on the agenda. I was unclear at the February meeting what I could say or do as a new board member. So I want to take this opportunity to ensure that the board really understands. And I feel like you've heard from policy analyst Laura Blackhurst and others about this, but I'll just say my little bit that I've written up. About how nursing education affects the safety of nurses providing care in Oregon. So nationally, as in Oregon, the main limitations are to educating nursing students or nursing faculty and appropriate clinical placements. And both of these are issues that policy analyst Blackhurst highlighted in her environmental scan. And the NCSBN quality indicators for nursing programs, one of which is 35% or greater of nursing faculty are full-time. It's actually a little bit more than 1/3. It's 13 of 36 programs in Oregon don't meet this quality indicator. And it sounds like from what you're saying, that's really because they are not able to recruit those faculty.
Yes, the survey data doesn't allow schools to provide reasons. However, given the number of vacancies carrying over from the previous academic year, I think there's an assumption that those vacancies are why they don't have 35% full-time faculty.
And before we go too deep into this, we're going to provide direction for our policy analysts to collect all the data so we can have a real in-depth conversation about all the intricacies at our next public meeting. That way she can bring all that data back to us. We can look at our programs, look at what our needs are, look at what's available, and look at what statutory authority we have as a board to regulate the information.
Yeah, and if I could interject, I think that if there is further guidance to give our policy analysts, that would be helpful. So she is able to come back with exactly what you're thinking.
So
Or she could try.
Board President Green. So one of the things that because of this lack of faculty, this isn't a new issue. This is an ongoing issue, but it has actually worsened. And we know that the baby boomer generation of nursing faculty are retiring. And that has left vacancies, which affects the quality of education that our nurses going into practice are receiving. So I'm wondering also when we talk about these things around expanding programs, approving new programs, I think as a board, we need to have adequate information around how these programs think that they will recruit sufficiently qualified nurse educators, because I think that's another thing that we've heard is we have, somebody who has a bachelor's degree who's really excited to work with us, but that doesn't meet those quality indicator requirements. So I think that's an important thing. And then let's see. Okay.
All right. Do you have enough direction on what we'd like to see at the next public meeting?
Yes, I have a good idea of what data I am hoping to collect, and I will definitely be looking to the NCSBN resources so we can look to maybe what other states are doing.
Yeah, and see what our current approved programs are doing and all that as well. See how many of them say they are not getting cohort placement versus how many we've approved over time, and all that data I think will be helpful to have a good public discussion at our next board meeting.
And again, I'm hoping that next meeting I'll have the annual data for the most recent school year as well.
One other piece here that I just wanted to, I don't know if we can collect this, I don't know how possible it is also the amount of time. So a placement, I know in some because of limited placements, organizations have said have 2 rotations. So each of your students get instead of getting 112 hours, they get 2 students will get 56 hours each. Because I think that time in place is also a concern.
I have one other question. Thinking about the clinical agreements, is there a ratio if you have 8 students in a cohort? How many clinical sites do you have to have agreements in place to accommodate that? Does that make sense?
That does make sense. So if the student is placed in a direct care setting, then you have 8 students to 1 faculty member, and those students could theoretically be placed anywhere in the building or like in the hospital. If the students are in a community-based clinical setting, then you might have 8 students to 1 faculty member, but the faculty member is allowed to be remote or travel between the sites. And then in these final experiences, it is 1 student with 1 nurse in the setting.
I'll go back to physical therapy education. I'm a CAPTE on-site reviewer, which is the accrediting body for physical therapy schools. And when we go on site to review a program, there have to be a certain number of clinical agreements based on the size of the cohort. So if that question makes sense to you.
Your question does make sense. I think in my experience as a nurse educator, I think the contracts with clinical sites can really vary semester to semester. I don't know that there is a set standard.
And that might be something we can look at the next board meeting to see if we even have authority to say you have to have X number for X number of students. This is all going to be information that our policy analyst, board counsel, Director Prusak will all need to work together to figure out how much we can do, what we can't do, where we can help, where we can't. I think this will all be a lot of this will be gathered and brought back to us at the next board meeting.
I was going to make a comment to that question. I think from my experience working with clinical placements, there usually is an agreement that the floor nurse will only take a maximum of so number of students. So that plays into calculation of how many students they can take per cohort on that floor. Now it depends if it's critical access or just a standard hospital, then they spread them around, but they cannot overwhelm a nurse. So it can be like 3 students to 1 nurse. The nurse is gonna like decline. And most hospitals are they're trying to have policies around it now so that the nurse can also say, no, I don't want students, or no, I can only take 2 based on the policy.
All right, thank you for your time.
One more thing, sorry. Get this out. I also wonder about the burden of training travelers. As we see more and more agency nurses going into places, I know in my workplace, it's a big burden, and it's really wearing down on the nurse preceptors to constantly be training travelers. I don't know how we gather that data, but it's just something I've observed. And
Thank you for that question. Again, I'm not sure how I would gather that data, but anecdotally, I have heard from schools that one of the difficulties in placements is that they don't want to place students with travelers, and that there's so much turnover in many of our different healthcare facilities that sometimes the most senior nurse they're trying to place students with has been, 8 months of experience.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work you've done and all the work we just gave you to do. I believe we're back to Director Prusak and Assistant.
Okay, I want to pick up where I left off and have all my notes with me. So we reviewed National Council State Board of Nursing, and let me do the mailing of final orders, which comes with a motion. So bringing us back at the May 2020 board meeting, I'm not sure who in this room may have been there, but the board voted on sending all final orders, including stipulated final orders, to licensees via certified mail with a return receipt. While OSBN is legally required to serve all notices of proposed disciplinary action by certified mail or by personal service, final orders, including stipulated final orders, can be served by regular mail or by personal service. Certified mail allows OSBN to easily identify and document the date of service, which is necessary for calculating appeal request timelines. An individual can appeal a default final order or a final order after a contested case hearing, but waives the ability to appeal a stipulated final order. Since the board voted in 2021 to send all final orders by certified mail, OSBN staff report increased time spent processing these mailings, sending all final orders by certified mail with a return receipt has created a fiscal impact of thousands of dollars. Because final orders can be served by regular mail, and because tracking of appeal deadlines is not applicable to stipulated final orders, board staff would like the board to consider whether it would like to continue having stipulated final orders sent via certified mail with return receipt. And that memo was on page 188. Sorry, I didn't say that at the beginning.
And I'm sure this is what was said, but we're just saying any stipulation that a licensee had agreed to, we are asking not to send via certified mail due to the labor and fiscal costs with the individual already agreeing to said stipulation.
That is correct.
Okay.
There was a belief at that time that potentially it improved receiving of this, but it is not any different. And I don't know if legal counsel wants to add anything. Nope. Okay.
I personally don't foresee, our board staff has plenty of work to do. I don't think that personally they need to spend time sending certified mail for stuff that licensees or certificate holders have already agreed to. Like our regular final notices, I totally get. But stipulated final orders, I personally don't think we need that. Other board members' thoughts?
I agree. Makes total sense.
No other comments? I think we're ready for a motion.
Great. Thank you. Mr. President and members of the board, I am making a motion that the board not require stipulated final orders to be sent by certified mail. And hold on. This is a two-parter and we updated it to keep the data. So
I think if I'm understanding the direction from the board, the motion would be to not require stipulated final orders sent by certified mail and to not require stipulated final orders to be sent with a return receipt. Is that the intent of the board?
Yes.
So
Thank you.
Restate the motion and then vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to the two-part motion. Mr. President and members of the board, I'm requesting that the board does not require stipulated final orders to be sent by certified mail and will not be required stipulated final orders be sent with return receipt.
Still move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay, Mr. President and members of the board, I think we heard from somebody during the public forum. I'm really glad that they decided to join and share their voice in getting here. But in October 2022, as you know, we transitioned to ORBS as our new licensing software, a move that brought several benefits. However, as part of this change, we had to discontinue the 30, 60, and 90-day reminders due to a technical limitation of the new software. To ensure our licensees were informed, we conducted direct mail, email campaigns, a presentation at the Oregon Center of Nursing, and published articles. We also encouraged the use of eNotify, a resource from National Council State Board of Nursing for automatic reminders of upcoming license expiration. Renewals can be automatically processed once OSBN receives a renewal application, which are available 90 days before a license expires and extends to 30 days after the expiration. There's no license grace period, and once the license expires, the applicant is charged an immediate $100 delinquent fee. Licensees charged the $100 delinquent fee are the RNs, LPNs, NPs, CRNAs, and CNSs, not the CNAs. At OSBN, we value customer service and have taken licensee concerns about notification and fees seriously, and that our outward communication wasn't enough. To address the notification issues, we have found a solution and are pleased to announce that we will be restarting the 30, 60, and 90-day reminders via direct email outside of our database. And this step will help keep the licensee informed and updated about their license status. I just really wanted you all to know this. No vote here, but I know that many even board members may have been contacted about this. So happy to report that we have made an update.
Awesome.
All right. This is an exciting time for the board because legislative concepts are due. Actually, we have a deadline of giving them kind of draft concepts by the end of this month. I've already been in contact with the governor's office and other regulatory boards about what they're doing. So the things that I wanted to bring to your attention and get kind of a pulse check from you is potentials on our HPSP program, kind of potential ideas around another thing that we're statutorily authorized to do when it comes to investigations. And so I just really want to kind of spell those out a little big picture for everyone. So many new board members. And the other ones will just be really brief discussions. I'm going to read from my notes to not miss anything. These two more important statute updates that we could potentially focus on. So in 2009, the Oregon legislature passed legislation to establish a statewide monitoring program for licensees who are unable to practice with professional skill and safety due to a substance use disorder, a mental health disorder, or both types of disorders. The Health Professional Service Program, or we say HPSP, offers an alternative to discipline program and aims to protect public safety through rigorous monitoring of enrolled licensees. And this law removed programs from being run by the board staff. The four regulatory boards with existing programs at the time engaged in the statewide program are the Board of Dentistry, the Board of Nursing, the Board of Pharmacy, and the Oregon Medical Board. Other health professional licensing boards authorized by law to take disciplinary action against licensees, such as the Board of Social Workers or professional counselors and therapists, may opt in to participate in the program, but they don't. When asked why they haven't, they always share costs. Therefore, the program's cost has been split between the four boards that I mentioned, and the price to be engaged in this is the number of licensees within that state and under the board. So in September of 2022, the Oregon State Board of Nursing, the board at that time, voted to discontinue participation in HPSP. As a result, OSBN licensees who have come to the board's attention no longer have access to a confidential alternative to discipline, and any disciplinary action the board takes will remain on the licensee's public record. Current OSBN licensed participants in HPSP are permitted to stay in the program until the completion, and I checked in on numbers. We had, since 2010 when we engaged, up until the decision, about 600 nurses over the time had participated in this program. And we have, I think it's 19 left currently that get to continue the program. One of those were self-referred, the others were board referred. So since that vote, the methods for getting into HPSP were either self-referral or board referred, as I mentioned. A third party monitors HPSP compliance, and all probation is monitored by our board staff. Eliminating the alternative to discipline program put Oregon in a tiny minority of states that don't offer one. So it's us, Alaska, Georgia, Hawaii, Michigan, Missouri, and Rhode Island, as far as I could glean. So I reviewed minutes from past board meetings, and as well, and also past RAC members about coming to this decision, so we could be really clear, the new board, about how we got here, and maybe Aaron, Yvonne, or Michelle can add context too. But I really dug in, and the budgeting formula needs to be more equitable. That was like a common theme that the board shared. The nursing board bears the most significant burden of the program. Approximately 43% of the cost are at the time when we had the most in the program, it was 1.6 million biennium, or 800,000 a year. Currently, it's a little less than that, given the amount we spend is how many licensees are in it, and then how many are engaged in the program. The board also commented that since the program didn't include CNAs, it needed to be more equitable there as well. And of note, as we move forward and what might be next, it is the board's decision, and we can incorporate CNAs. It just, of course, costs a lot more. The board was also concerned about inconsistencies in decision-making regarding placement in HPSP and probation. So the board knew themselves there wasn't this right formula of how we make decisions. And the board didn't notice that it was easier to find employment if the nurse went to HPSP or public discipline. And I know there's current research being done on that, but barriers to return to work after probation. The board commented that engagement was low and wondered if nurses chose probation over alternative discipline, because our probation is 2 years and monthly testing, where alternative discipline was 4 years and twice a month testing. The 23 to 25 biennium budget still included the total program cost of 1.6 million. And by 25-27, we will no longer need to budget for this program, and the board will need to determine what will happen to the budgeted funds for an alternative discipline program. The meeting minutes also suggested that there may be a future opportunity to revisit the HPSP program with the legislature. And so today is that day. Just going to share a little bit more, and then we can have a conversation about it. So things to know as we revisit HPSP. OSBN will need to lead on legislation to update the current statute from 2009. It has not been touched since 2009. Major bodies, National Council State Board of Nursing, ANA, AANA, American Academy of Nursing, etc., along with 44 states actively support this program. I've been meeting with executive directors, connecting with them across the country, how they set theirs up, what are the challenges they see, really thinking on those best practices, and communicating with the executive directors of our current boards that are engaged in it and stayed engaged in it and are figuring out what is next, as well as the 17 regulatory boards that I meet with twice a month that oversee healthcare workers. So if substance use disorder among healthcare professionals is an occupational hazard, we should approach this as a public health, public safety, and ensure all healthcare workers can access a program. So one of the things that I'm also really looking at is knowing the cost was so great because not all the boards were in it. Only the boards that opted in were paying for it. But we know based on data, it could potentially benefit all 17 healthcare boards. How do we kind of look at it and maybe solve for some of the issues and inequities? I think I already shared about the numbers. We had around 600 nurses engaged from 2010 when we started to 2022 when we left. And the success rate was at 61%, which is the national average for success rate. And so just in closing, I'm remaining engaged in all of the conversations with the current vendor as the other 3 boards meet with them, so I can hear what's going on and next steps. Met with governor's office. All of the other boards have supported Whatever the nurses do, we're going to figure out how to support them because they can't continue in the program the way it is without us. They can't afford it. And so I'm really excited about the opportunity that the board acknowledged what were the challenges, and now we have an opportunity of what's next. And so that's it. Open for a little discussion.
All right, I will give a little backstory to this because this conversation started before I joined, but I was a part of the decision to pull out of HPSP, and Michelle can fill in from what I miss. In addition to the costs the board as a whole would incur, we talked multiple times about including the CNAs, but the cost for testing alone would exclude most CNAs from being able to afford to enter that program the way it was. You're talking several $100s per testing occurrence, and I can tell you as a CNA, a couple $100, that's a lot for us. We were also taking a majority of the cost compared to the amount of people that were enrolling in the program. We as the board and myself currently, I've been talking with Director Prusak. I believe in an alternative discipline program, but what we had the way it was is not right. We can't exclude certain nursing members. It needs to be affordable for everyone. It needs to be comparable for everyone. And the State Board of Nursing shouldn't be holding up a majority of the cost to run the program because God forbid anything ever happened to the Board of Nursing. What happens if for some reason some craziness happens and the Board of Nursing no longer exists? I mean, chances of that are like next to nothing, but
And I think I'll add just because I saw some faces. So the program costs are covered by us saying, nurses should have access to this, but they pay for their own testing. And the testing costs were going up, and then you get tested twice a month. So that is one of the things that we'll need to look at as we move forward. And then I think the $1 million question about why the numbers were going down at a time we know substance use disorder is at its highest. Rough estimate up to 10%, probably 6%. We do not have, 6,000 nurses in the program. Why is that number going down? And thankfully, the final presentation will be a discussion about big picture alternative discipline programs.
Is there anything I missed, Michelle, from our discussions or Yvonne? And those are kind of the big bullet points of why we ultimately chose to withdraw from that specific program the way it sat. I don't think anyone on the board at the time or currently is opposed to a discipline program. My personal opinion, as I feel like I'm a little biased, our probation people do a great job at communicating with our individuals who are on probation. I don't know how often HPSP communicates with them.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. Our compliance specialists, the three of them are fantastic, and they connect with our nurses on probation regularly. I do know that there has been some concerns with the current vendor and what that may have been as not success rate, but kind of satisfaction rates have gone down. And they've been very open to feedback of just things that I've heard and seen. But I do think that currently our programs aren't necessarily therapeutic. It's very checkbox. So how do we look at that too?
Yeah. Other board members, new board members, I should say.
Well, I have a couple of questions. One comment, I believe that sitting here for the last probably 3 sessions that I've sat in, CNAs should be included in that just from the amount of cases that we look at. So I'm shocked that they're not. So I don't know how we get that to, yeah. The second point is, I just want to clarify, there's 4 boards, but it sounds like they don't participate funding wise. But there's 17 total, but 4 that.
Yeah. So so thank you for that question. So there's 4 total boards that have engaged: Board of Nursing, Medical Board, Board of Pharmacy, Board of Dentistry. they pay the same way we do. So the formula is you pay a percentage based on the number of licensees. So we paid the lion's share to keep it afloat, and then you pay per licensee that engages. And so when we left, they are creating their next RFP. They don't know how they could potentially afford it without having everybody increase their license fees to stay in it. So the goal is to really figure out how we can have a more equitable, model for how we pay. And potentially can it be that there's statute that the state says all 17 boards need to be in? I don't know. I think it's going to be a heavy lift, but I think it's one of the things that we should really think about. Because we know the numbers don't, not cover the, the veterinarians who are serving. So how do we look at it that way? But yes, that is how it is. And I know now currently, boards are really struggling to figure out how those three stay in as they look at this process. Hence why they have buy-in and as I'm working with the governor's office and now you today, what could potentially be legislation? What are we going to update in that statute that hasn't been touched since it was created in 2009? And it was in response to a very intense thing that occurred here at the Board of Nursing in 2007. So it's time to revisit it.
Thank you for that. And then the last thing is the testing, which I'm glad you clarified that. Health insurance does not pick that up, I assume?
They do not for this program, as far as I know. I could be wrong, and maybe that's something that our presenter this afternoon can speak to in general, but I don't think so. But what this did do, just to go back to the board president's question about us having stuff on our website for mental health. When I got a call from Uprise that approximately 2 to 3 nurses call a month to do self-referral and they can't, I started to say, how can we as the board collaborate to say, okay, we're not in a program now, but these are some resources. That's what led to that. So, yeah.
2 questions. One, maybe some of the old board members and staff remember this. Like just the comparison of costs for the board to do the monitoring and probation versus the cost of HPSP. And then the second question I was wondering about was that different, and because it's comparing apples to oranges. They're 12 months, 36, 2 and 4, 1 and 2. Like, is that visit frequency in 36 months based on statutory requirements?
It is not. And so that's what's interesting because, for example, it's inequitable in the sense of how every board's doing it a little different, but we're using the same vendor. We have a different formula, and that is based on what you all will decide. But currently, I'll give the Board of Medicine, for example, a mild diagnosis, you're in the program for a year, a moderate to severe diagnosis, you're in the program 4 or 5 years. I think it's 5. And then here we've created this other model. So there's some things in the statute, but not everything that we're doing. So, but again, we get to look at the statute now again and say, where is it too prescriptive? And again, it's because, to your first question, in 2007, we were all doing it within our own boards. And unfortunately, we were not monitoring them the way they needed to be monitored. And so the statute was created in response to this board. And then that forced all the other boards to not be able to monitor their own as well. And so that's why I can, wholeheartedly say the staff here, I don't think we ever will bring it back here. I don't think that's what the answer will be statutorily. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think there needs to be improved partnerships and how we do it. But the cost wasn't as great then, of course. But yeah, people have said, well, can't we just put that money towards hiring our own resources and having it internally? There's no reason we can't, except for the statute, and we couldn't do it before, but that doesn't mean we can't do it again. We were unable to do it before successfully.
Dr. Wickenhagen?
I also have a question too, that I think this was brought up in something else that I saw, that, if a health system did the testing, it would be nominal. So to see where we could get a partnership with health systems that would potentially cover the licensee's cost of their analysis
That you brought that up.
would be significant.
Yep. And I have to say the two states, and maybe again, it's in the presentation, I'm not sure, but the two states that I've connected with to say, how did your numbers stay the same when we're seeing states across the country go down for engagement? Delaware and Alabama, both of them active participation and engagement from systems, supportive and in the monitoring, and active education. So I think it should be definitely one of the things considered of how we partner.
And then one of the other questions the board at the time we had was, we were with HPSP since that unfortunate incident in 2007. Are there other programs that have come up? Are there other programs that are more beneficial, less beneficial? How do they do it? Costs? That way we have the ability to compare what each program offers and how it would work with our licensee and certificate holders.
Mr. President, I'm glad that you said that because I hope that is direction to say, please find out what other states are doing, the cost. I'm having them send statute of how they built their alternative discipline programs from. And again, the legislature didn't do anything wrong in 2009. They did everything right. They said, this is how we're going to make sure we have a program, have access, but we know so much more now than we know then. And so there's no reason why Oregon shouldn't build off these best practices that other states see in other type of programs, whether it's peer-to-peer, what is the, therapy. And then from there, I hope be a model that people look to. Oregon, paused because things weren't equitable, and now look what they did.
That was going to be my direction. And I know our Oregon Wellness Program that we're partnering with and hopefully keeps going long into the road. They may be able to help us down the line and, we might all work together, but that's my direction. I would like us to find the best program, whether that be HPSP or another provider or Oregon Wellness or something another state's doing. But our goal should be, how can we best support our licensees and certificate holders and nursing in general?
Great. Direction very seriously, especially since I owe a draft for the legislation. It will remain a very open-ended kind of draft placeholder. And then hopefully by the end of the year, we have kind of more specifics, and then going into session in January, figure out what the statute needs to say so we can do that. All right, I'm going to move on to the other one, and I will be brief. A few months ago, it was actually right when I got here, I kind of presented to the board about another statute that was set into place that has caused some stress. So that is Senate Bill 235 that was introduced in 1997 to assure the public that filing complaints to healthcare licensee boards would have a timely resolution. The bill codified as a statute in Oregon Revised Statute ORS 676165 states that all complaints received by the board must have an investigation, and that the investigator shall make a report to the board within 120 days of the agency receiving the complaint. The statute requires that the day count begin when the complaint is received, not when the case is assigned to an investigator. This statute allows for a 30-day extension if the investigator still needs to complete investigation to determine if a preponderance of evidence exists that there was or was not a violation of the Nurse Practice Act. The statute does not describe the number of extensions allowed. Therefore, after the initial 30-day extension, if a preponderance of evidence is not established, or if there's another reason the case is not ready for the board, the investigator can request a 30-day extension. In 1998, there was a AG opinion, and it stated, although the investigator does not necessarily need to complete the investigation with 120 days due to the extension clause, the investigator's report is due within 120 days, or extended period must be more than a mere status report. The board may delegate the decision to grant a 30-day extension for just cause to a subcommittee or to a person or persons within the agency. So in 2009, the board at that time voted to delegate the ED to make those 30-day requests. The legislature provided no consequences if the investigative report was not made promptly. And while there are no consequences, I want to say that we at the board intend to be timely with investigations. But there are many mitigating factors that go into cases being open for extended period of times, a change in data system, staffing, time to get assignment to an investigator, time to receive subpoena records, ongoing criminal cases. It may be going to a hearing. When we have larger caseloads, things are going to move slow. So over the past 9 months, there's been a really good faith effort at improving the efficiency and thoroughness of our investigations, as opposed to just kind of creating this illusion of compliance. Completed a gap analysis when arriving to determining our backlog and our caseloads. And that all the cases that are reviewed falling under this statute were properly labeled. We've improved our intake process. We've added to our investigation staff, and our admin staff in the department are really have increased support for investigators for efficiencies. But I have concluded that the ED when I was in my acting investigation manager role for many months, I can confidently say that the amount of cases we have reviewing every case for 30-day extensions is a full-time job, and it's not sustainable. And so moving forward, there's a few things that myself and the new investigations manager are doing. We're meeting regularly to review some of our older cases. We are reviewing the process to determine sufficient needs or changes and updates. And I think one of the simple things is just working with our new data program of how we can request extensions and not have it be 30 days all of the time. But I want to update the board regularly on this, but I also want to state that I think we need to look at the statute that hasn't been touched since 1997 about potential, and again, I don't know what, I don't know if we'll be successful, but I need to ensure there's a conversation that once again, what we do in the legislature is have this kind of response to something that happened really bad. And so, an untimely investigation that ends in some way, and then we have this law. While the other boards may only have, a handful that need extensions every month and they can handle it, it's not because they're necessarily doing anything better than us. It's that they don't have as many licensees as us. We have the most licensees. So, I'm here to confidently say that this is not sustainable, and hopefully we can have a conversation about that too. Any questions about that?
Any questions? I think we're ready to hear a motion if you have a motion for those.
No. Yeah, so real quick.
So are we only doing those two?
No, so real quick. Those are the two like I really wanted to dig into. They're pretty big deals, statutes that haven't been open in a very long time. Looking at a technical fix bill for our statutes haven't been opened in how long? A couple decades?
Yeah, easily.
Couple
It's
decades?
more like a lifetime.
Yeah. And so therefore, our amazing policy analysts try to collaborate with you all to update some of our rules. And sometimes it's very confusing because our statutes are confusing. So there's an opportunity there also to do kind of a technical fix bill. Potentially looking into an education requirement to prevent some of these fraudulent transcript cases, looking to states that are doing that. And then the other thing I thought would be a good one for you to potentially talk about, and then we can make a motion is, there was a effort to, from outside of the board in the legislature last session to say, we need to take into consideration where somebody is working, for example, long-term care, because we need to make sure the board is representative of all of the places and types that nurses are employed at. Thankfully, that allowed, the governor's office to prioritize that because the bill specifically in the legislation says take that into consideration. But with that, that's considered an admin role in our statutes. And so I didn't, excuse me, I need my water. didn't know if you wanted to have the conversation about what it would be like to add 2 board members. So that it could specifically be long-term care as opposed to long-term care, maybe getting on the board through the admin role appointed, and then another public board member. So that's just what looking at boards across the country, and then other type of healthcare boards, that was something I thought you all could discuss and let me know if it was something you wanted, and if there's anything else that you wanted to think about on the, thank you, for me to potentially bring forward to the legislature.
I think that's a great idea personally. I know how hard, just in the short time I've been on the board, it has been to get a long-term care representative in here. My one question I would have would be, I do know, not from this particular board, but in other meetings and stuff, the more people we have, the harder it can be to get quorum if there are conflicting dates and times. But I love the idea of adding 2 more board positions.
The one thing I would say to that is adding a public member helps with quorum, because if you don't, there was a time where Margaret was the only one and I was like, Margaret, are you coming? Because we have to have a public member. So, I mean, we have 2 now, but I just never want to go there. So that was how I was looking at it. I didn't see it as harder. So with 11 members, what would be the quorum?
I think you could set the quorum by statute. So our current statute sets quorum at 5. So there would be, if you don't have a statute setting quorum, there is a default, which I think is a majority of the total numbers of the board. But that creates some other implications you could consider for.
Okay.
Other board members?
One potential downside is the larger boards get, the more sometimes it's difficult to have meaningful discussions.
What's the PT board? Smaller.
I think it is smaller than
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Other board members, pro, against?
I have a comment. From the time that I started the process, it took quite a while. I'm thankful to be part of this. My question would be is if we did, which I think the 2 additions would be a huge welcome, would my role of what I was selected switch to long-term, or that person would be brought in as long-term?
I'd have to look at how that would be. I imagine you would be the long-term care and it opens back up the admin, but I could be completely wrong. So I really can't answer that factually. That's but you know, the goal is to ensure, I think that those that were advocating for it, that's what they would have wanted, was that, but it's really hard. I think that really needs to come from the board. And so hence why, put that before you.
I think having your perspective as well as yours is so valuable, because we all think the clinical sense of things, and not that you're not. I just see it as a huge benefit to us to see outside views of not just the clinical aspect of things too. So that's why I am actually pro having 2 more.
Is it in statute that a public member has to be present?
Yeah.
I really like the idea as well of ensuring that we have diversity and representation. I have a couple concerns with that. Nonetheless, one is just thinking about when rules and laws are overly prescriptive, that they limit future possibilities. Unfortunately, we have a representative for long-term care and others, myself too, that's worked in that setting. So I have that concern that if we're overly prescriptive, we might be tying the hands to the future. And then I also share Member Collis's concern about the size of the board being more unwieldy and harder to reach consensus and communicate well.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I could potentially propose is that we do a placeholder, but we continue this discussion and I don't have to maybe do it. But in the meantime, I do some research on kind of benefits pros, cons, challenges. But really, I think, yeah, I think my goal is to say, how do we ensure there's the right, enough public members, and how do we ensure that long-term care isn't just considered, but is always here. But I hear what you're saying. It does become more prescriptive, and that's why, that's how we have what's on here now. And so that's why I'm like, why, I think there's certain, groups that advocated to get us here. And I don't want to ever have you all lose that kind of voice from long-term care. I think, but I think we can just have a placeholder and keep talking about it. Nothing is set in stone, even though we're making a motion to say, let's keep discussing these legislative concepts. We have until January for anything to actually happen.
I think we should go ahead in that direction and have further conversation about it. Maybe see how big other boards are. I mean, that doesn't mean anything, but if other nursing boards are bigger, smaller, that can give us an idea. Look at what their makeup is, look what other boards within Oregon are.
Great.
And then we can keep having that conversation and hopefully come up with something before January.
Great. And was there anything that you were all thinking outside of? I kind of just picked up what I knew's been talked about, other issues that I have a sense of. I did the job for you. I told you this is one of my strengths, the legislation part. Okay. So, yeah, would you like a motion then?
Yes, please.
Mr. President, members of the board, the motion is the board supports exploring the legislative concepts discussed.
Still move.
I'm second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions? I'd like to make note that Yvonne Dwan is absent for this vote. She had to leave early for work
Class.
stuff.
Great. Well, thank you all for your attention. And I'm excited for the final part of our public board meeting day.
All right. We will take a brief break, 10 minutes. And then we will come back. With our board training here, we have John Furman with an overview of alternative to discipline program. Do you need somebody to hold the button down for you? It's a hold to talk. No.
Maybe this is where duct tape would come in handy. Oh. No. Oh, okay. Well. Well, thank you for having me. My name is John Furman. A little bit of background. I'm an RN. Primarily started off in behavioral health, substance use disorder, mental health treatment in Washington State. I will say I'm from Washington State. From there, I went to the Department of Occupational Safety and Health in Washington State and wrote occupational safety and health statute and regulation for a while. From there, I went to the Department of Health, and I was the executive director of Washington Health Professional Services, which is the nurse monitoring program for Washington State. So in Washington State, it's a little bit different. There are separate programs for nurses, pharmacists, physicians, compared to Oregon, where you have that one program, alternative to discipline program. And I will say you have that one alternative to discipline program, even though nursing isn't actively participating right now. But I was the executive director for about 10 years. I'm currently retired from the Board of Nursing. However, I remain active in alternative to discipline and monitoring circles, in that I'm on the board of the National Organization of Alternative Programs, which is the National Association of primarily nursing monitoring programs and nursing alternative to discipline monitoring programs. And I'm also the chair of their research committee. So that's a little bit of background on me. But then I will say that I also did not get the memo, and I was not aware that it's National Pink Day. So, so you get it next year? Okay, that's good. I'll also say on top of that I looked at the agenda and I am scheduled to speak until 4:30. I will guarantee you that will not happen.
Then we should end presentation from 4:30. I hope I'll get out early.
Yeah. So this will be a very, very high level presentation, something along the lines of what Mr. Feist gave during lunchtime. All right. I'm not going to talk a lot about HPSP. Again, I'm going to give more of a national perspective, so everything that I say may not apply directly to what's going on in Washington or Oregon. I'm sorry. I'll probably do that again. But Oregon, much of what I say will be familiar to you, and are challenges that programs across the nation are attempting to meet and are experiencing at the same time. So alternative to discipline programs. A lot of what I'm going to say and a lot of the benefit of alternative to discipline programs is based on philosophy. Because whether it's probation or whether it's an alternative to discipline approach, the nuts and bolts are kind of the same. You know, refer to evaluation, refer to an appropriate level of treatment. You monitor progress in treatment, toxicology testing, as President Green brought up, worksite monitoring, having eyes on practice, etc. Kind of the same, right? But there's a big difference. There's a profound difference in the philosophy and the approach between the probation type of monitoring program or disciplinary type of monitoring program and the alternative to discipline monitoring program. And I think Mr. Feist, even though it's a little bit different, it's not a specific or analogy, but what he brought up in terms of the type of questions that are being asked in licensing applications, and the result or the effects of those questions are profound. One might think it's better to know if a healthcare provider has a potentially impairing condition. It protects the public to a greater extent if we don't know. But is that really the case? And I think what we talked about today and what was discussed and presented by Mr. Feist contradicts that line of thinking. In actuality, it increases shame. It increases stigma. It closes the door on access to healthcare because healthcare providers are afraid to admit that they have a challenge and to access or try to access treatment because of the consequences they fear that may incur because of that. So, it's really better maybe not to ask those questions, but to ask healthcare providers to consider, their responsibilities and their health and how their health, overlaps those responsibilities, and attest and to start thinking about individual health and wellness. Well, to some degree or another, that's the same philosophy that backs the alternative to discipline approach. Also, the alternative to discipline approach embraces or recognizes the disease model of substance use disorder and other behavioral health disorders. And I will say that I'm going to couch this presentation in regards to substance use disorder. Alternative to discipline programs and your statute here in Oregon allows for addressing other behavioral health disorders, mental health disorders, and also other medical conditions that are potentially impairing. But I think it'll be easier just to talk about substance use disorder today. But it embraces the disease model, and it embraces a longitudinal approach to monitoring individuals with substance use disorder, because as we all know, substance use disorder is a chronic relapsing disease. And I think that one of the best, or maybe the best example in terms of the difference between the two approaches here in Oregon is that your probation program is 2 years, right? The HPSP, or the alternative to discipline program, is 4 years and maybe 5 years sometimes. And boy, that's a long time and has a lot to do with why some nurses, as Rachel, I think, said, chose to actually go the probation route, and have that scarlet letter, let's say, on their license or their professional resume for their life, basically. It doesn't go away, versus the probation program versus the alternative to discipline program. And while I'm not going to make recommendations today, I will say that one of the things that should be considered is a little more continuity between the two programs to avoid that type of situation. But really, most research points to, and we have a lot of experience, alternative to discipline programs for nurses have been around since the early 80s, but points to the alternative to discipline approach giving the best and enhanced public protection versus the probation approach. And primarily because alternative to discipline numbers nationwide, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more specifically later on, because the numbers have gone down over the last couple of years, but through the through the years that alternative to discipline programs have been in place, 40 plus years now, numbers are much higher than in probation programs, and also success rates, which are a little hard to compare. But success rates or graduation rates are relatively higher, and recidivism rates are much, much lower. And by recidivism rates, I refer to the number of percent of nurses that graduate from alternative to discipline programs and return at some time in the future because they've relapsed and have behavioral health issues because of that overlap practice, come back to those programs. Those rates are much, much lower utilizing the alternative to discipline approach. And as Rachel said, also, a healthy workforce equals public protection. And that's really the goal. So consistent utilization of best practices ensures, and I'll say that because there are best practices for alternative to discipline programs in place that we can access and that we can implement where there really aren't for probation programs. Probation programs are basically probation programs, whether a nurse gets there because of a substance use disorder or because of a practice issue or whatever else. Your probation program, from what I can see, is great. You guys do a great job. But at the same time, and then President Green, you said, and this is just a general statement, probation or disciplinary programs are check the box programs. Alternative to discipline programs are case management programs. And there's a big difference there also. So research those at early intervention, referral to treatment, and continuing monitoring are best for public safety. And that's best accomplished through the alternative to discipline approach. Discipline programs, probation programs are reactive in nature. How do nurses get to probation? Well, a complaint's filed. When is a complaint filed? Well, a complaint is filed when that nurse's behavior becomes so obvious or so concerning that the employer is forced to take action. And that's, some employers are more proactive than that. But in general, that's pretty much the way things work, right? Well, alternative discipline programs are proactive in nature. They have extensive outreach and education programs, or they should, all right? They engage stakeholders. They're more able to partner on a collegial basis to one degree or another with stakeholders and are able to communicate with stakeholders and the public generally in a more beneficial manner. So current research indicates, and I think we kind of talked about this already, that 15% to 20% of nurses misuse substances at some point in their career. And I think, Rachel, you said 10 to 12%. And that 10 to 12% mirrors that of the general public. And that's usually kind of the rubric that nurses have about the same level of substance use disorder or experience substance misuse at some point in their life as the general population. We're no different than anybody else in that sense, right? That's the message. However, if you look at the research a little more closely, you'll see that it really indicates that nurses have a substance use disorder prevalence or rate a little bit higher than the general population for a variety of reasons, and I'll go through some of those reasons. And it could be as high as 15 to 20%. Right now, that doesn't mean 15 to 20% of nurses need to be in a regulatory monitoring program. Of course not. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But a lot, I think the goal, well, I think the goal is because a lot of research says that the goal is to get about 3% or about 3% of nurses that experience a substance use disorder or struggling at some point could benefit from a regulatory monitoring program. The American Nurses Association estimates that 6 to 8% of nurses misuse substances to the extent that it may impair practice. Also, we talked about the stresses that nurses are under during, and the increased stresses that COVID brought on. So I don't need to get into that a lot. We all know what those are, but alcohol and cannabis use increased through the general public and also with healthcare providers over the last 4 years. When I first started in Washington as the executive director of WHPS, the vast majority of nurses were referred due to opioid use disorder, opioid and meth. And that was pretty consistent until about 2018, 2019. And right now, and this is a trend that's consistent throughout the United States, the vast majority of nurses are being referred to alternative to discipline and probation programs due to alcohol misuse. And I will also, I put cannabis up there also. Fewer nurses are being referred because, cannabis is considered differently than it was 10 years ago due to cannabis use, and it's legal to use. But at the same time, cannabis use has gone up exponentially in healthcare providers, and there's nascent research on that. Also, self-referrals for mental health services from healthcare providers have gone up alarmingly over the last several years, and there's research that estimates that. I was talking with Dr. Don Gerard, I think his name is, from the Organist Wellness Program, and he says business is booming. So there's real concern, and there's an issue. So there are approximately 60,000 nurses I put up there, but I've learned that maybe we're close to 70,000 LPNs, RNs, and in Oregon. So I didn't consider the CNAs because CNAs aren't eligible or weren't eligible for the alternative track. But if there's 70,000 nurses in Oregon, there are about 70 nurses under monitoring in both probation and HPSP right now. So doing the easy math, and that's one of the reasons I said let's say 70,000. 70 to 70 is 0.1%. That's an easy thing to do, right? So 0.1% of nurses in Oregon are under some sort of regulatory monitoring, when probably 7 to 10,000 may be struggling at any given time. Again, doesn't mean the 7 to 10,000 need. I always say I would much rather a nurse that's struggling and where their substance use hasn't impacted their ability to provide safe care. I'd much rather them access individual personal treatment and get it taken care of at that level before it rises to the complaint level that I described earlier. But that says we have a lot of work to do. And I'll also say one of the reasons, even though there are other reasons why that level is so low, but one of the reasons is that possibly we don't have that alternative to discipline avenue available for nurses in Oregon right now, whatever that may look like, right? I don't know what it may look like in moving forward, but we don't have that track, that opportunity, and we're probably giving unbeneficial messages to our nurses and other healthcare providers because of that right now. I think that's so. A little bit about the I think on the next slide, there's going to be a statement about substance use disorder in the health professions and particularly nurses as being considered an occupational hazard now. Right. And that's another reason for the alternative to discipline approach. It's not just an individual moral failing or behavioral issue. In fact, the system, bears some responsibility for nurses turning to substances to cope for a variety of different reasons, and also some background reasons. I'll bring up the fact that genetics and family background, even though we all know that bears on someone's risk of developing a substance use disorder. But I'll say that's particularly important in regards to nurses. And there's been a lot of research that's done on this, that nurses as a population tend to come from a dysfunctional family background more often than other populations. And it kind of makes sense because that nurse that comes from a dysfunctional family that was put in the role of the adult, of the caregiver, very, very early in life, tends to take that role, that identity, into an early adulthood and says, you know what? I'm a caregiver. I can be a nurse. You know what? Unfortunately, there's a lot of genetic background, a lot of personal and emotional background that nurse may be bringing with him or her into the profession that hasn't ever been adequately addressed or adequately treated. And then put the stresses of being a nurse on top of that, and that's a recipe for a disaster. And we haven't done, not you guys, but nursing in general, really haven't done a good job with addressing that. Psychiatric issues. You'll find if you talk to the probation officers that the majority of the nurses that come to them with substance use disorder have comorbid mental health psychiatric issues. And actually the substance use just may be a symptom of overall overriding or underlying psychiatric issues that may or may not be adequately addressed through the probation process. Job stress, role strain. I'm not going to talk about that. You guys know all about that. Other than I will say, and it's something that we don't talk about as much as we should, the impact of lateral violence, especially in nursing, bullying. You'll see that if you look at the backgrounds of the nurses that are in probation, HPSP, that is a common theme, and something that needs to be addressed. What?
I said hallelujah.
Oh, it's a biggie. But
it's the only profession where people in the general public are like, oh, that's part of your job to get hit.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not.
It's a biggie. Especially, with maybe a dysfunctional background. This is an individual that's been bullied throughout their life, and then they get into nursing, and unfortunately, sometimes it's exacerbated. But that's a big issue. Cultural acceptance actually is becoming more culturally accepted, especially in healthcare circles, to use substances to cope and to moderate stresses, and so that's part of it. Pharmacological optimism. Hey, I'm a nurse. I can handle this. I know what I'm doing. I won't get addicted. I'm different. The Superman, Superwoman syndrome. We are Supermen and Superwomen, but we're men and women at the same time, right? Yeah. Access to, drugs of abuse, etc. So there's a lot of reasons that substance use disorder among healthcare professionals and specifically nurses is now considered an occupational hazard. So the issue, substance use disorder is considered a treatable disease. So why aren't we addressing it? Why aren't we treating it as a treatable disease? And actually, it has higher remission rates than other chronic relapsing illnesses, diabetes, asthma, hypertension, COPD. Adequately treated, monitored, and supported, an individual with substance use disorder has a better chance of long-term remission and recovery than individuals with those other conditions. Well, I could get into a little speech about that and why that is, but I'm not going to. So this has been a long-term issue. And when I talk to nursing students, I usually ask them this question, and I'll ask you, and I bet you'll know the answer. But who's probably the most famous nurse, longtime nurse? I'll give you a hint, old-time nurse. Florence Nightingale. She developed an opioid use disorder during the Crimean War. Yeah, and that carried with her throughout her life. So this isn't a new issue, and it's an issue that's not going away. And actually, the first time this was really publicly made an issue was in 1973, and that's a long time ago. There was really little disease concept acceptance going on back in then, but the AMA actually published a paper urging the alternative to discipline, or the disease model approach to physicians that were suffering with substance use disorder. And at that time, nurses and doctors were denied the same level or type of non-punitive care that they were giving their patients at that time, and continue to give or provide their patients that time. So in the early 80s, nursing boards began looking at an alternative to discipline approach, a disease concept type model. And those were when the first alternative to discipline programs came into existence. Excuse me. And I think Florida was the first kind of big time, larger alternative to discipline program, followed by Washington, and then a few other states. And right now, 44 states, including the District of Columbia, have formal alternative to discipline programs. And that doesn't mean they have an HPSP type program, but they have an alternative to discipline track where nurses are afforded the opportunity for treatment prior to the consideration of formal discipline. And I think, Rachel, you listed those states as far as we can discern at this point. So this made it possible to offer treatment and monitored support to nurses without having a negative impact on their licenses, which is a big deal. I will say that some states, very, very few, Washington just did this, and there are a couple other, I don't remember them right off the top of my head, but have enacted statutes or legislation where that discipline stays on the nurse's license, but that public notification is taken off of the website after the nurse has successfully completed either their probation or their alternative to discipline program, which is, I think, a really good thing, and something as we move forward might be considered or might be discussed. Okay. So the alternative to discipline approach, nurses and doctors were denied the same non-punitive approach being offered to patients they served. They said that. The ATD approach made it possible to offer treatment to nurses without having a negative impact on their license, which is a big, big deal also. 44 states, I think I got ahead of myself, so we can probably go through this one pretty fast. ATD programs provide referral for treatment, professional case management services, and earn advocacy. That's another thing that alternative to discipline programs do in general that probation programs don't. But alternative to discipline programs actually to one degree or another, go to bat for the nurse, to the board and to employers, as long as the nurse is being successful. And there's different ways to look at being compliant. I'm not really a fan of that word compliant, but being successful and is actively engaged in the monitoring process. Where probation programs don't actively do that. And sometimes I know some boards discourage that advocacy model or that advocacy role for their program. So the role of the alternative to discipline program: early intervention, referral to treatment, and monitoring is probably the most important service that the alternative approach can provide. And the obvious example is the self-referral opportunity, where a nurse can pick up the phone on their own behalf and say, hey, I'm struggling and I think I can benefit from the services that your program can provide. So obviously, the program, then the alternative to discipline program, can act almost immediately to intervene, get that nurse into treatment, actually even pull that nurse from practice if appropriate. It's not necessary in all cases, but do that right away, where the state can't necessarily do that as freely as the alternative to discipline program can do. There are legal constraints, surrounding what the state can do and what the state cannot do. Care coordination. Alternative to discipline programs really utilize an integrated care model. When nurses with substance use disorder come to the program, as I said before, a lot of times that substance use is a symptom of other things that are going on. So you're going to have a nurse come to you with primary mental health issues, medical issues. Sleep disorders are very common. Eating disorders are very, very common. Chronic pain, all right? That all needs to be coordinated. And while that can be done on the probation side, the alternative to discipline model is a much more effective model to address those types of issues and provide a holistic, approach to what's going on with that nurse, which serves to better protect the public. Promotes accountability. I think actually alternative to discipline programs are a little bit tougher on nurses sometimes than probation programs. And I actually did hear that maybe that's a little bit of the scuttlebutt with HPSP, and one of the reasons why nurses chose probation, because alternative to discipline programs know that they're under the spotlight. Right. And they have to watch their P's and Q's. They have to do the right thing. They're a little more rigid in terms of adherence to policy than probation programs, just because they have to. They know if something goes wrong, they're going to be up the creek without a paddle. Right. Relapse detection and response. Just like early intervention, alternative to discipline programs have a little more latitude in terms of how quickly and what they can do to respond to relapse. Practice monitoring. And I put that up there because alternative to discipline programs generally have more clinically oriented staff than probation programs, right? So when a program needs to make a decision as to whether this practice placement is appropriate for this nurse at this point in their recovery, usually alternative to discipline programs have better resources and are better able to make those decisions, which enhances public safety. Right? And then education and outreach, they're better situated. It's just part of what they do, where probation programs, it's really not part of what they do. They may not feel, real comfortable going out and sitting in front of a cohort of nurse managers and explaining the disease process, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what they do. So when a supporting monitoring system is in place and case management is individually tailored to meet needs, then recovering nurses are not impaired and can be practiced safely. That's the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. So with the approach that I've described, research indicates that there's better long-term effectiveness utilizing the disease model or ATD approach. Like I said, decreased recidivism, increased success rates. I did say that the success rates are a little hard to compare from state to state because a lot of times success isn't contingent on the nurse, right? It's contingent on the program. It's contingent on the statutes that are in place. So an obvious example would be some states have strikes you're out rules. So the second relapse, you're out of the program, all right? Some states say, no, we recognize relapse as part and parcel as a symptom of the disease. We even see relapses sometimes as part and parcel of recovery. Sometimes nurses, or individuals go through stages, and relapse is part of those stages, or is contained within those stages before they get to recovery. So they'll hang in there as long as that nurse re-engages with the program and says, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I'll go into treatment. Yeah, I'm fine with extra tests, even though it's going to cost me. I know what the situation is. Well, that state then will allow that nurse to continue. So regardless of the nurse, who's going to have the higher success rates? The nurse the state that utilizes the disease model versus the state that utilizes the strikes you're out model. Reduces shame and stigma, associated with, your bed, you're going to be disciplined, you're going to probation, we're going to put your name in the Sentinel, right here in Oregon or whatever. Retains nurses in the workforce. One of the big reasons that in the early 80s that nursing boards chose to shift to the alternative to discipline model was because they realized that they were losing nurses. Then they were losing nurses because nurses would come to them with an alcohol use disorder, and the only tool they had in their toolbox was discipline, and a lot of times that was license suspension or license revocation. And they said, hey, this isn't what we want. We don't want to lose nurses. We want to retain nurses. And the way to do that is to offer that alternative avenue as the first approach. I'm probably talking a little bit more than I indicated I would when I first started, but we'll speed it up. So disciplinary challenges, a little more comparison between the discipline and the alternative to discipline approach. So disciplinary challenges, delays in entering monitoring. It really depends on how things are set up, but an employer or a nurse calls up the alternative to discipline program and says, we have an issue here. The nurse says, yeah, I'm ready for treatment. The alternative to discipline program can act immediately. Where a complaint's filed, and I'm not going to go through the entire rigmarole, but it could take months, maybe more, to get to the end and to finally get that nurse to where he or she needs to be. Limited ability to get the nurse to admit to a problem. There are there's an adversarial relationship that's part and part of the complaint. an investigation problem. And it's less likely for a nurse to say, yeah, you got me, I have a problem, using, using that tool, out of the toolbox. Cost of litigation. And that's also something to think about when you're looking at that $1.9 million or whatever it works out to be. Don't just look at that number. Look at that compared to how much it costs you to actually complete that full investigation. All right. Go through levels of litigation depending on, what the situation is, and how much you may be saving when you could simply say, hey, we received a complaint. We have an option for you here. Are you willing to take this option? And they say yes. And you say, great. Here's an agreement, right? An alternative to discipline agreement, which is not a disciplinary order, but it kind of acts like a disciplinary order because it's structured in that non-compliance, not a real fan of that, but with that agreement can be considered unprofessional conduct, and then you guys can act on that. But say, here it is, sign this, go to the alternative program, and there you go. That saves a lot of money. Inflexibility of legal orders. That's a little tough sometimes. You have a legal order, but you have a nurse in a program for 5 years. Well, things change. All right. Where if you use that alternative to discipline agreement, that could be, that changes. That's a treatment plan, basically, that changes based on the needs of the nurse and the needs of the board and the needs of the program. And then, again, I mentioned the adversarial relationships. So alternative to discipline program allows for early intervention, open door access, the self-referral option, reduces stigma, promotes recovery, engages stakeholders, addresses the nurse's needs as they change through their journey towards recovery, and promotes workforce retention. It utilizes the recovery management model, ongoing monitoring, follow-up with individuals throughout the process of treatment and integration. And we talked about, where did this 2 years come from, this 3 years come from, this 5 years come from. In some states, it's in statute. Here it's not. I don't know where it came from here, but I will say that the Federation of State Physicians Health Programs promotes a 5-year model for moderate to severe substance use disorder. And most nursing or many nursing programs have adopted that, and the National Council of State Boards of Nursing recommended in 2011, when their last formal guidelines came out, a 3 to 5 year program, which again, it's a chronic disease, longitudinal monitoring is recommended, but those exact numbers came out of both of those recommendations. I think the National Council is leaning more towards a 3-year model right now, but their formal recommendation hasn't changed. Picks up where treatment stops. To some degree or another, I'm going to use the term continuing care, but I will say, and I want to make this very clear, these programs do not provide treatment, all right? They do not provide clinical care. They provide case management services. But at the same time, I think you guys can conceptualize what it also provides is a continuing care service, all right? It builds on and supports the continuing care model. Recognizes the chronic nature of substance use disorder, recognizes needs change over time, provides greater public protection. And I'll say that, I guess, relating back to the statement I made and the analogy and the philosophy that Mr. Heiss provided in terms of how that's done, outside of that strict probation disciplinary type approach. Reduces recidivism, as I said, and strengthens public support and confidence in the system. So there are a variety of different types of ATD models. Just real quickly, statutory arm of the Board of Nursing. So some ATD models or programs are actually housed within the Board of Nursing. Here in Oregon, right now, your statute says that's not possible for a variety of reasons, situations that occurred in the past. But if you want to go that way, that can be changed. That's going to be up to you guys in the end. Statutory alternative with contracted services, that's the HPSP model. All right. And throughout the state, it's about half and half right now for boards of nursing, whether the alternative program is housed within the Board of Nursing or is provided by a contracted service. Special committee of the board, and that's okay. There's no real program, but you know, once a quarter or once every 6 months, the nurse has to show up to the special committee and provide the documentation of the toxicology tests that they did, and maybe have an attestation statement from their, you know, worksite monitor, their supervisor, that they're doing well, and then that committee checks it off. Kind of the way that works. Peer assistance program in collaboration with the board. Peer assistance programs are really being looked at more and more now. They could be I guess, a formal peer assistance program that looks a little bit different than the traditional probation and ATD models. But they really focus on mentoring. So they partner, let's say, the nurse that's new to the program with a program graduate. They require the nurse to attend peer support groups, so other nurses that are struggling also. And that's kind of the focus, more so than you have to do this and that, and you have to call me every Thursday at 9 a.m. in the morning and whatever. So that, and then peer assistance programs with no relationship to the board, and they're mostly peer support group type services that the board utilizes and refers nurses to as a resource. And then employee assistance programs also, and they're more of the acute care model. You guys know what EAP is. And that's kind of what OWP is, the Oregon Wellness Program. That's the EAP type model. So there are different models to choose from, and there are even more, but those are the most common models that are used. So let's talk a little bit about HPSP, and I'll say I'm not the expert on HPSP, but I figured that I should bring it up since we're kind of talking about it, right? It was established by statute. Boards may establish or contract to establish an impaired professionals program. All right, so then what does that say? To me, I first read that and said, well, it could be in-house or out-of-house. But then it goes on to say the board may not establish a board's own impaired health professional program. So really what it's saying is you maybe have a probation program and you may have an alternative to discipline program. But if you have an alternative to discipline program, it must be through a third-party vendor. So that's where you guys are right now. Doesn't have to be Uprise Health, but that's who you have right now. And it includes very prescriptive language for program structure and policy. And I'm not going to list what that is, but it's something else that you might want to look at to give yourself a little more flexibility in what you're able to do. Right? And I think there was reason for that because of concerns back in 2007. So there's reason that the legislature decided to step in and say, you will do X, Y, and Z. But I'll go on to assume that same level of concern no longer exists in the legislature. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but let's just say maybe that same level of concern doesn't exist that it did back then. So you have a Model B program, which is the contracted services program, accepts both board and self-referrals. By that, I mean it accepts alternative to discipline referrals, and it also allows employers, family members, colleagues, the nurse, him or herself, to pick up the phone and say, hey, either I got a problem or we've got a nurse with a problem. And the nurse then, if amenable, can enroll directly into the program. And if it's successful and is adherent with the program, that's a better word than compliant, and is adherent with the program, then the board never knows that the nurse is in the program. And that's a carrot, right? And that's a best practice carrot that's utilized by most states in the nation, whether that program is in-house or out of house. But that is a best practice. But what you don't do is that you don't refer nurses under discipline to HPSP. And that's a decision that you guys made, right? Contracted services are defined and maintains a cooperative relationship with the board, right? That's kind of what you have right now, the position you're in. Other than you're not utilizing it right now, okay? Other than that. So eligibility prior to 2022, when you made the decision to not utilize HPSP anymore, in order to participate, the nurse must be licensed by OSBN and must have an active license. Even though this is kind of an aside, I'm going to say it anyway. You may want to look at that. In Washington, a nurse doesn't have to have an active license to participate. And an example is the nurse fails out of the alternative to discipline program, whatever. They were caught diverting, let's say, and for one reason or another, it was decided, nah, this nurse is too dangerous right now, and we're going to suspend their license. Well, that meant the nurse was kicked out of monitoring. Goodbye. We'll see you later, right? And usually we never saw that nurse again, all right? Or usually we never saw that nurse again. So we made a change, and the nurse can continue in monitoring and benefit from monitoring, all right? But they don't have an active license, so they can't practice. So there's no public protection issue. Right. Right now, you guys can't do that. It's not the way you're set up. Self-referred licenses must not be under investigation. That's another thing you may want to look at. No, you can't go into monitoring until the investigation is over. Well, why not? Let's get them in there right away. Why wait for 6 months? You know, if they're amenable. They must have an SUD or mental health diagnosis. I support that. If you're just referring nurses to monitoring because you have a concern, but they don't have a medical diagnosis, well, that undermines the whole premise of the disease model in the program. All right. And then for self-referrals may not have practice while impaired, presented, or presents a danger to the public. I think that needs more definition. That's open to a lot of interpretation. And how the board and individual members would apply that in, individual cases. Current state of affairs, COVID-19 pandemic has negatively affected outreach and education activities. National program participation has declined by 25%. Even though I'm here extolling the virtues of the ATD model, and logically, after everything that you've heard me say, you would think, wow, business should be booming, you know, due to everything that's happened over the last several years, actually, program participation, and that's just not ATD, but complaints, SUD complaints received by boards have also gone down. So why is that? And I'll talk a little bit about why that may be, but it's very important for you guys, because no matter, let's say, 6 months from now, I come back to you and I say, okay, here are my recommendations. All right. No matter what I may say to tinker with the policies and procedures and the nuts and bolts of how your program works, that doesn't mean nurses are going to buy it. What do we need to do to change perception? That's going to be the real challenge. And employers going to buy it? Employers are going to say, I'm not going to file this complaint because I'm going to lose this nurse. Well, we need to do a better job with partnering with employers and educating employers about what the process is. And no, you're not necessarily going to lose that nurse. We're going to do everything we can to make sure you don't. You know, you may, but you know, it's not the goal. OSBN is currently not making ATD referrals. So what are the driving forces? As chair of the research committee for NOAP, I was just recently the primary investigator in a research project that we conducted that really surveyed monitoring programs and nursing boards as to why they think what is driving the current state of affairs, the decrease in participation. And these are some of the things that they came up with, kind of the top of the list things. Employers not filing complaints or referring directly to programs, and primarily because of staffing issues and stresses and negative perceptions of the monitoring experience. You know, in the early 80s, when the whole ATD thing came out, participation went up, way up. Well, over the years, you know, just like Rachel said, your statute hasn't been looked at since 2009. Well, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing's guidelines haven't been looked at since 2011. And for one reason or another, what's happened is over time, alternative to discipline programs have really morphed into non-public discipline programs. To one degree or another, the needle has just shifted to the discipline approach. And what's different is that the disciplinary order isn't posted on the website, but the way that nurses are treated or monitored really have kind of morphed together. So the perception is, whether it's the ATD program, whether it's the probation program, it's the board's program, right? So that needs to change too. Stigma, and this is, you know, big challenge. Stigma, fear of disciplinary action, losing job license, monitoring program rigidness, nurses leaving the profession. And I think somebody mentioned that also. One of the thoughts is that, you know, prior to COVID, a nurse would kind of stick it out if they had a substance use disorder or a mental health disorder, and they knew that that was eventually going to catch up with them. But over the last 4 years, that same nurse would look at their situation with COVID and say, forget the whole thing, I'm out of here. So we're not seeing those nurses any longer. As I said, normalization of alcohol, drug use, nurses independently seeking treatment, and that might be a good thing. And I think also another good thing is that, you know, we're seeing more employers taking a proactive stance and initiating wellness activities, which is a good thing, and that may be impacting what we're seeing on the regulatory side of things now. Also, increased use of travel nurses. There was some debate on this one, but you got nurses coming in and out. Do you really know them? Do you really see them? It's not like part of your team. It's not like I see Rachel, I know Rachel, and you know, you're acting a little bit different, Rachel. You know, what's going on? How you doing? Well, if I don't know Rachel and she comes in for a couple of weeks and leaves, then she's gonna be lost, right? Lack of education is a biggie. Well, there are things to do about that. I don't know if your statutes require some substance use disorder education in your nursing schools or not. Whether substance use disorder CEUs may be considered, I don't know, but there's lack of education is a biggie. And then I mentioned the shine of ATD wearing off. So
Okay.
Great. So Rachel, so we're both here.
Yeah, I'll stay
Not
here
just
too.
me.
I'll stay here too.
So Rachel gave the intro, and then I just added a little bit of insight. So your thoughts, and this, how about this? Your initial, I know everybody in this room had an initial gut reaction to something that I said. All right. Anybody willing to share that initial gut reaction? Or Rachel said.
I had a late thought reaction,
Okay, well.
not initial one.
Okay.
But it does seem like a lot of employers are pushing a lot of wellness programs now all around the country.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere down the line in the future, they might be willing to invest in this process too.
Yeah. Well, Sarah mentioned partnering with a healthcare organization to provide lower cost testing, you know. There are always things to consider in regards to that, but those types of, hey, is this possible? Can we do that? Yeah.
Well, and also the two of the meetings you and I have had, one with Alabama and one with Delaware, two of the
Yeah.
states that haven't had decreased numbers like everyone else, there was investments from their,
Yeah.
and so, as I mentioned, I'm starting a lot of those meetings with the CEOs, CNOs, Hospital Association of the future of what this would be.
Because at the same time, a lot of them have their health insurance process too. So
Yeah, and there
make
was a
win-win.
question about health insurance paying for tests. Generally, the answer is no, because these tests are not considered medical tests. They're considered forensic tests.
And their
So,
provider that's covered under insurance isn't ordering it.
yeah. So that's something else. Go to your state insurance commissioner, having these conversations.
Yeah, fighting them, super easy.
Yeah, I know.
For years.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah, okay.
it's my job just to
Yeah.
bring things up. It's your job to go ahead and do something.
Well, I'm just really excited that today we had the opportunity to, have the discussion earlier and then have this presentation to really plant the seed and figure out what is next to look at how nurse wellness is public protection. Cool? No?
So that said, this is going to be some heavy lifting.
It is. A statute that hasn't been open for a long time
Yeah.
is, but I don't know. I'm feeling like we have a lot of good partners in this work because of it not opening up, and had the Board of Nursing not made the decision they had, maybe it would have just continued as is and not been the greatest it could be. And so we have a good opportunity here with all the other boards.
All right, any further questions for our presenter? Any additional business to discuss? All right, nothing being said, we are done at the Oregon State Board of Nursing meeting is adjourned at 3:57 p.m.